ije mmiri ọ bụrụ ije nkụ asị na ya bụ ije ga-abụ ije mmeri asị m na ọ ga-anata n'udo asị m na ọ ga-abata sirili welele asị m na unu ga-aga kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu asị m unu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga tụnye ugo ga nye ya mmeri ga nye ya mmeri ga nye ya mmeri tụnye ugo n'elu ugo nye ike n'elu ike nye ya ndụ n'elu ndụ ọkwanụ ndụ ka o ji efu na-efufe unu nye Nnamdi Kanu ndụ onwe ike wee kwụrụ jinjin onwe ike wee kwụrụ wee fuo n'ofufe a sị na ya kara ka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ ihe mere ha ji jide Nnamdi Kanu bụ ka nwee ike wee megide ndị Igbo ka nwee ike megide ụmụ Biafra ka nwee ike wee kwuchi anyị ọnụ ka ha nwee ike wee kachi anyị ọnụ ka anyị ghara ikwu okwu ọzọ mana ama m na dododo Chukwu okike abịa ma ndị nwa na ndị nwe mmiri ndị nwe ikuku ndị nwe anyanwụ mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ mmụọ niile ọ kwafọrọ ọbara ha n'ike maka ihi Biafra asị m unu binyenu asị m unu dododo na ọkwa na unu bụ ihe nwe ike a ọkwa na unu ga-eji ọgụ mmụọ ọkwa na unu ga-aga bụori ya ọkwa na unu ga-aga napụta ya maka na ihe ọ tinyere unu n'aka anaghị ele ule asị m dododo igirigi ọgụ mmụọ eze nwaanyị niile nọ n'ala Igbo mmụọ niile nọ n'ala Igbo asị m unu binye maka na onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị aṅụ mmiri onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị eri nnu nnu bụ ihe ụtọ si na mmiri wee pụta onye ọbụla na-eri ihe na-eri ihe dị na mmiri onye na-asa arụ ji mmiri asa arụ onye ọbụla na-eme ihe ọbụla ọ na-eme ji mmiri eme ya asị m ihe ọbụla mmadụ na-eme n'ụwa mmiri ọ na-ebubu ụzọ asị m onye ọbụla kpọrọ mmiri asị na mmiri a ga-agbagbu ya asị m onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla mmiri na-awụsa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla mmiri na-emesa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye na-aṅụ mmiri na-eli nnu asị m na ọnụ anyị ji wee lie nnu wee ṅụọ mmiri na ị ga-eji akwa okwu ọma n'isi Nnamdi Kanu n'aha Chukwu okike abịa ama
ise. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi, Jonathan Chinedu from Olo province of Biafra land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 8th day of the 7th month, which is July 2023. Today is Saturday, a day dedicated to religious discussions without taking any much time. I will go to presenting my co-host, but remember that you can hear our voice live and direct through FM stations CHK 102.1 in many parts of Biafra land. Also, you can hear us from satellite, free-to-air satellite. Moreover, you can download our IPOB community radio. It is a very low data consuming app. You can download it. Also, there is TuneIn. You can download even directly Radio Biafra London or Simple Radio. All these are applications through which you can be hearing our voice. Therefore, you have no excuse not to listen to our voice. Even on social media, you just ask Google, how do I listen to Radio Biafra London? And you will have myriads of options in order to listen to this hallowed platform. Therefore, invite your friends and well-wishers, your siblings, even your enemies. Do not deny them this possibility of listening to this hallowed platform. This is where it all started, our rallying point. Therefore, if how do you say it? So, this is our rallying point, our worship center here on Radio Biafra. This is where we had the voice. That thunderous voice, that lone voice that was shouting, telling us, calling all and sundry in order to come to listen to the voice of reason. We must continue preaching this gospel until Biafra is restored and beyond. Our leader remains Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. There is no two ways about it. He is our leader. He is our supreme leader. He is still in the enemy dungeon, in the Nigeria DSS dungeon. Do you understand? Despite the Nigerian court ruling, that he should be discharged and acquitted. Till today, Nigeria being a banana republic, they don't even obey their own courts. And tell me, how can a country like that not experience anarchy? Because they are ruling by bad example. They are not giving any good example at all. You know, when you want people to obey the law, you have to also start by giving example in obeying the law. That is it. But Nigeria is not like that. They disobey their own court's order and they don't obey their own law. Therefore, we are here to remind humanity that our leader was discharged and acquitted since 13th of October 2022, last year. You understand? Until today, he is still languishing in that dungeon without Nigeria obeying the court order. But make no mistake about it, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must be released. We are hearing and listening, watching them, how they rose the motion of releasing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, which is commendable, but it's not a favor, for your information, because the court, in a democracy, the court is there in order to make legal decisions, interpret the law, and make legal decisions. That is the work of the court or the judiciary in every democracy. But Nigeria, they say they are in a democracy, but they disobey the tenets of democracy. They don't abide by it. But we are here to remind them. Therefore, as I said before, without taking much time, I will introduce Mazi, my co-host, in order to introduce himself. Koji Akayak Bronyakam. Mazi, please, welcome to the program. Over to you, please, for introduction.
Thank you, Mazi. There we go. Good evening, Biafrans. And I'm very happy to join you tonight, to your night, this morning here. My name is Obiako Ekene, and I'm joining you from Australia. I am a member of Indigenous People of Biafra community in Australia. I'm happy to be here. I always look forward to, whenever I can, to join this awesome program and make my contributions. As you listen to us, it would be nice to take notes of some of the topics, the things we might discuss along the line. So you could just ask questions, ask us more questions, because I believe in questioning. And Mazi believes that as well. Questioning opens more doors to new knowledge, new discovery, clarity. That's very important. That's very key to tonight's discussion. So we all do this. Let's keep in mind that we are preparing ourselves for the coming of Biafra. Biafra will come with a new mentality. Biafra will not come if our mentality remains the same. If we keep doing the same thing that we've been doing over the years, we cannot suddenly have a new change, and a significant change for that matter, in terms of self-determination. This will keep us in a very solid part when it comes to thinking and moving forward. Things we might not understand. That is why we need to ask questions. Whatever we're doing is in line with what our leader, Mazi Nnamdi, has been doing. You only need to listen to early broadcasts of 2014, 15, 16, and you understand the purpose of those broadcasts. We're focusing on training our mind so that we are strong to face what to come. Now we are facing some of it, and you could see how challenging we find it. So it's very key. Today, as we've gathered, we reflect on these experiences and we learn 1, 2, or 3 and add it to whatever we had before. But also we clarify our thoughts around issues that might be confusing so that new knowledge could begin. And as we know, knowledge is power. And we focus on knowledge. I look forward to talking to you even more. There were Mazi.
There were. Going on, because I want to just brush on one news headline, please, just before we dive into the today's topic, which is superstition. Under going back to our roots, mind decolonization, superstition. But there is one news, it says, or news headline of July 6th. It says, sit at home violence. Protect Northerners in your region. Northern Group, AYCF, that is Arewa Youth Council Forum, tells Southeast governors. There is something I want to bring out here. These people, they call themselves Northern. This is Fulani politics. Because I like to hammer in their shenanigans. The diplomacy they always use. They say sit at home, protect Northerners in your region. Northern Group, AYCF, tells Southeast governors. Now you ask yourself, every time they like to come out, it's only just group of caliphate boys that are talking this, but they will call it Northern Group. Now let me ask the Northern Group. You see in Zamfara, in Sokoto, in Taraba, in different parts of the north, the Fulani bandits have completely taken over, the terrorists, over some villages. You have refugee camps. You have people living in refugee camps. These are Northerners. Don't they care for, they say they are caring for Northerners. What do you see the politics they are playing to give that kind of impression that they are the Northern Group, they are the North, always in a block? But the whole violence that is going on in Bauchi, Kaduna, are they not North? Are they not Northerners? Are these people not Northerners that are being slaughtered? Even the Northern Christians and non-Fulani, indigenous people in the north that are being slaughtered, their lands taken. Did you see them come out to talk? They are being slaughtered in the north. They don't protect the Northerners, their fellow Northerners that they are killing. Is Deborah Samuel not a Northerner? He was stoned to death for so-called blasphemy. No, she is not a Northerner. No, these people, we need to capture them in their tricks, please. Let me tell you what they are doing. You know what is going on, what you see that is going on. That is why. How do you say it? Publicity is publicity. Even if you are bad at publicity, it's still publicity. We blow some people to a kind of level that no more they remain there. But let me tell you what is going on in our land. The Nigerian government is sponsoring all these criminal groups, for your information. It is, but Sometimes I make a mistake. Sometimes I now have somebody that don't have the capacity. Even if he's being paid, he didn't have the capacity. But because I now shout his name, now people start being drawn on him. Now even our enemies, our detractors, now completely rally around him. Ozil not turn into a monster, which he is not. Is not. What is happening in our land? The so-called people that are coming out to kill our people, to torture little children in the name of they are maintaining sit at home or they are enforcing sit at home. These are direct government talks. Government talks. Oh no, these are government talks set up by Hope Uzodinma and all of them. Remember the former governor of Ebonyi State, Dave Umahi, he vowed that he has the money, he will raise parallel government or parallel group in IPOB. This is what they are doing, for your information. But I may pinpoint to somebody trying to structure the structureless person or people. Instead of talking about the Nigerian government, what they are doing. You say they arrested somebody, I don't know, that is their problem. They arrested the people, but in the first place, they are the people that are sponsoring this directly. It is Nigerian government that are sending out talks the same way they used to send out talks to go and kill people, to carry, to take election materials, to capture election materials. You understand? That is what they are doing in our land, so that we don't forget, so that we stop structuring this to tie it to somebody that is nothing. And they are no bloat. The more I may have no bloat, more more and more. Our enemies will now be going there. Now they say a faction in IPOB. There is no faction in IPOB. IPOB remains one, for your information. Let us understand the intricacies of politics. Let us be sophisticated. Like our enemies. Our enemies are highly sophisticated. We should be sophisticated like them. That is what I'm talking today. Look at how the Northern group. Oh, when you hear this, read this news, you say, oh, this Northern group, oh, they are one. They are protecting their Northerners' interests in the Southeast. Only in the Southeast they can talk about Northern. In Kaduna, they are slaughtering the indigenous people. The Fulanis are slaughtering the indigenous people who are Northerners also. In Kanu, the same thing. In Bauchi, the same thing. In Taraba, the same thing. In Sokoto, all the states of the North. Why not ask the Northern group? Okay, why are you not talking about the Northerners living in refugee camps in the North? Even in some part of Enugu State, even in Plateau, Northerners. So you are protecting Northerners, for some, just to add fuel to fire for something that is untrue. You understand? Because what they are doing is, they sponsor all this violence against our people, against our market, women and men, old men and women. Now, they will now use their media preponderance, if I get it right, in order to continue pinning. Sit at home. IPOB never called for sit at home. Any person that is talking about sit at home is from the Nigerian government, because this is part of the war against IPOB. That is what they are doing. If they want, let them say they arrested those people, that it is their people. The Nigerian military can go out and collect innocent people and start showing up. They are the people. That is, all these are their politics. I don't believe in anything they are doing or they are saying. Because they are the people that plan everything. They are the people that are paying and carrying out all these things, all in order to pin it to IPOB. Look at the Northern group. Oh, Northern group, Fulani group. You call yourself Northern group. Just some few Fulani. You care for Northern group, right? I mean Northerners, right? But Zamfara State, almost more than half of Zamfara State is occupied by terrorists that are foreigners from Mali, from Sudan, Fulani from every part of Africa. They are killing the indigenous people, and they are Northerners, and you don't care about them, do you? And you are talking about the protection of the northerners in the south, as in the southeast, as if there is something that is happening. What is happening in our land is sponsored directly by the government. All they are doing is to fracture IPOB in order to put confusion, put people, the indigenous people at loggerhead with IPOB leadership. That is what they are doing. In order to start, now I got tired about this, what is happening in our land. How can we sit at home? But IPOB didn't come for sit at home. It is directly from Opus or the man devil Mahi. These are the people that are sponsoring all these things that is happening. It is factual. So, Northern group should go and learn more. We are not like we are not all these Igbo politicians that are not sophisticated. Any slightest thing they go start begging. Okay, sorry sir. No. We apply common sense. That is who we are. So Northern group, your plan is dead on arrival. In order to put more fuel to fire. That they sit at home in our land. They are protected. They are killing protected. How many Northerners have you protected from the Fulani in the north? In Kaduna, in Kanu, in Zamfara, in Sokoto, in Bauchi, in Jigawa, in every part of the north that is boiling. People are being massacred every day. Indigenous people. You don't protect them. But you come and start talking your stinking mouth about, hey, Northerners living in the southeast. We are not Igbo politicians, for your information, who think very low thinking. No, we can think, we can reason. That is who we are. Therefore, I want to enter into the subject matter. Mazi, I don't know whether you want to say something just in a jiffy about what I said, or what the topic, I mean the news headline. You want to say anything or add anything?
Yes, Maz, of course. We need to remind ourselves that what is happening has been long planned. These criminals that occupy the government houses where we come from, they have looked to what is unfolding today. And the worst that can happen is for us to kind of believe or try to trust them, or even kind of look for solution from their hands. Because our people, these are the same people causing the confusion that we're seeing today. They are very powerful when it comes to relating to their own people. They oppress us, and then they run to Abuja and to North, where they worship the northern leaders, their counterparts. These are men with no self-honor, no dignity, no integrity, no respect for culture and for their people. So what we are seeing, and all is just a demonstration of the attempts they are making at causing confusion in IPOB and eventually destroying IPOB from within. They thought that was possible, but I think they're giving up already. So all these things are happening. They have hands indeed. And what we could do is to always demonstrate that we think differently, and the superiority in the way we reason, the way we pursue our struggle for liberation is something that makes us stand out, and that's why we cannot easily yield to their to their threats, and much less to their manipulation. So yes, we understand what's going on, and every IPOB member should understand what is going on. These are the same people that claim they prescribed IPOB. They're also the same people responsible for the confusion, for the terror that we are witnessing today in our land. There were Mazi.
Thank you very much for your insight. As I said, as I put it up on my Facebook timeline about the topic of the discussion, or today's discussion on religious issue, today is dedicated to discussions on religious matters, because there is no way we can shy away from it, whether we like it or not. We are spiritual people, but the Europeans came and turned our spirituality, broke it, and brought religion. That is what they did. Replace the originality we have with fake. And it become very hard for us to understand that what we are having is fake. What they gave us is fake. We had the originality, but what they gave us is fake, and we ignorantly continue protecting it, thinking that that is the only way, that is the way. Whereas we had the original. That is the truth. And the Europeans, they know it. That is why they tried and broke our backbone and things fell apart. But we are trying in order to make sure that we go back to our former glory. Because what we practice, our originality is spirituality, not religion. But the colonial masters brought religion in order and removed our spirituality. It is a thin line. Very thin line. The same way they are doing Fulanization through Islamization. When you don't take time, you will not understand the a very thin line, the difference, because it's very minute. They are playing, the Fulani, they are like, they behave like the colonial master, the European colonial masters. They galvanize and use Islamization in order to Fulanize everybody. That is it. The same way the Europeans replaced our original spirituality with a religion. And today we are pursuing shadows, thinking that we are still holding the right thing. When you continue on and impose the foreign religion as indigenous people, it is a continuation of colonization, for your information. Because it means that what you have is inferior. Now what they brought to you is superior. Do you see it? Do you see how without knowing it? Now people will live Biafra land where we have our original shrines, very powerful Arochukwu shrines and others. What the white man look when they came to our land, they were afraid of it and they called it long juju. They tried everything in order to corrupt it, so that to destroy it. You understand? Because they knew that our spiritual power lies there. Now you leave it now. Today you are going pilgrimage to Rome. You are going pilgrimage to Jerusalem. That is where God is. Somebody will leave Orash. Leave leave the rivers in our land. Start going to River Jordan. Oh, where he is? No, is there God will come down. You are showcasing that you are inferior. That is the truth about it. When you continue upholding what others bring to you to the detriment of your, just like the same way we are importing. Importation of everything we are using. You can never be great without production, without local solution to your problem. It is impossible. You can never advance only importing from China. How is the Innocent, our brother Innocent, great today? He was importing after he indigenized it. He indigenized the thing, started producing some things. Today he is a producer, and that is why he is great. There were people that were importing vehicles, importing motorcycles from China, from Taiwan, from everywhere, Japan, even before him, and they are still doing it the same till today. Those people, you can never compare them with Innocent today. Why? Because he started doing all those things that others are doing in his own land. That is what I want you to understand about religion. When you leave your land, you now go and wear white in going around the Kaaba, foreign religious shrine in in Saudi Arabia, saying that is their God descended. But what about you? Which means God created all and forget you and make you follow. That is what we are trying to prick your common sense to understand, that we should stand firm. You can never develop with importation or with following for importing, following consuming foreign things, including religion. That is why Africa is at the backstage. We consume. Everything is consumed. We bring from outside. We even our God is foreign. God, the God they brought to us is foreign. It's absurd. I want people to understand this. It is highly absurd. That is why we shout here. If they bring you idols or foreign idols and you say you replace it with your own, saying that no, your own because they have the color of black person, color or black or ebony as you may call it, is evil. But foreigners, their own is good. It is the best. Now you condemn your own. Just watch yourself. Sometimes sink back to yourself. Sink. Like a child, go back to yourself and be neutral. Now reason. Today we are talking about superstition. For your information, superstition, going back to our roots and decolonizing the mind. We are going to talk about superstition. Superstition is a widely held but irrational belief. Irrational. That key word is irrational. When something is irrational, it doesn't make sense. That is what it means. A belief in supernatural influences, especially as leading to good or bad luck, or a practice based on such a belief. For your information, every culture, tradition, or religion holds its own superstitions. Yes. Now, let me put it like this. If every culture, every tradition, and religion holds a superstition, its own superstition, why do you now take foreign superstition as it supersedes your own local one? Whereas everyone has their own thing. The same thing, the same superstition. Now, but you now decimate your own, look down on your own, demonize your own superstition, and now go and uphold the foreign ideology. Say that superstition is the best. And you continue defending it. I want you to judge yourself, because when you judge yourself, nobody will judge you. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was here insulting our intellect, calling us monkeys and baboons, it didn't make me annoyed at all. One day he said, go to the mirror. I went to the mirror. I observed myself. I start seeing a very big rhesus monkey in myself. I'm telling you. That is where I say, no. What this man is saying is true. We need to start thinking in another way. Otherwise, we are doomed as a people. You understand? Why do you, substitute foreign superstition that it is the best? You start defending it instead of your own superstition that is basic, is local, is hereditary, that you can easily campaign to make changes on. That changing it lies on our hand. Why? Superstition has its root right from the early time of human existence, when our ancestors could not understand the forces and occurrences of natural world. The inability to get a rational answer brought about superstition in order to replace the explanations of those occurrences. But as humans evolve and continue making greater use of their brain, many of these superstitions were challenged through scientific researches and questions, which now provide practical explanations to the unknown causes of some of those natural occurrences. Do you understand? It baffles me when you will see somebody, you will see a grown-up person, you will see a professor, you will see an intellectual. He will be quoting something of medieval period. How the God of Elijah sent down fire. Okay, how many thousands of years back during the medieval time? How they conquered the Israelis. God commanded them to go and conquer take over the land of Canaan, the promised land, and they slaughtered everybody. And you are happy about it. In this modern time, you are taking it as a reference. In this modern time, but when the Fulani, they tell you that the Allah told them to come and take your land, you are crying. Does it make sense at all? But this is what you preach in your Sunday gospels all the time, Sunday services. Oh, you praise, something medieval times. It is human being that bettered this world we are in. During the medieval period, the human beings act according to the time they are. Changes started occurring because of questioning. People started asking questions later. Why is this like this? Why is this things like this? Oh, fire came down from heaven. Oh, and consumed the people. And when questions are asked, you find out that scientific research is that it is not fire from heaven. It is a volcanic eruption that fell down, that erupted from high mountains, and the fire started coming down from the volcano. But at that time, because of superstition, because people's brains, people are not advanced, people we aren't advanced as of that time. You say, oh, it's fire from heaven. Do you see the difference? When our ancestors, what I mean by ancestors, human ancestors, the early men, they were not as sophisticated as we are today. And let me tell you, in the next 100, 200 years, people in that generation will look at this time we are in, the year 2000, as 2021, 2030, as olden time. Because of the scientific advancement, technological advancement that will be that time, they will be seeing us as people that are even living in old time. The same way we are seeing, people that we are the time of steamship. The time of steamship, when trains we are using charcoal train. That is the way they will be seeing this our generation, this time around. In the next 200, 300, 400 years, by that time all of us would have been ancestors. Do you understand? Unless as we reincarnate, we continue reincarnating, because that is our system. That is our own superstition. We continue reincarnating. That is it. Now, when our ancestors, human ancestors, the early men didn't understand what was happening, the cause of many things, they have superstition. Some say, some are attributed to the gods, to different deities. You understand? Even volcanic eruption becomes because one deity was annoyed. So they explain it like that in order to bring an answer to an unknown question which they are asking in their mind. Why is it that one big mountain after fire will be coming out? No, they didn't understand. It doesn't make sense to them because they were not advanced enough to make researches to understand. But today, we now understand. The pictures of the whole world have been taken. You have tectonic plates that are on the ground, the foundations of the world. You have all these things. When you say, oh, look up, we are going to heaven. Now, how do the world is round. Science practically has told us, has proven that the earth is spherical in nature. And people have traveled out into space. So it's no more something that is a myth. It's no more myth. From space now, they tell you that what is there is vid. There is no up, no down. Where is the heaven? But where is it? People start out, where is that heaven you are talking about? Oh, the heaven is up. When you tell somebody heaven is a point up. But as astronauts go to that up, enter into space. Do you understand? and found out that there is no up and down. Everywhere is the same. Infinity is void. Everywhere is a void. Just space, empty space. No up, no down, no sideways. Everywhere is the same thing. You understand? The space is infinite. That is it. That is science. Something that was not achievable before 1950s. You understand me? Remember 1950s of yesterday. Many people born in 1950s, they can still run 10 kilometers. I am telling you. Many people that are still born 1950s, even they can still run marathon today. They are still alive and kicking. So it's not something that was so long. Before that time, people were wondering how this up, where is it? But today, that question of up, you point up as a heaven. They have gone up, they didn't see no heaven. They have gone outside this world, no heaven. They found out that everywhere is just darkness and the light. Do you see it? So, now, let me see why I am losing. Now, let me continue, please. According to an American psychologist, his name is Weiss, the absence of control over an important outcome creates anxiety. I don't know whether you understand. The absence of control over an important outcome creates anxiety. The absence of having control over things like tornadoes, like that is why researchers are still cyclones. Researchers continue going. How can these things be formed? What is the cause of these things in a particular area? Do you understand? At least earthquakes, the cause of earthquakes have been known as the movement of tectonic plates, of which it was not known some time ago. You understand? So these are answers to all these pertinent questions. You understand? Now this man says, so even when we know on a rational level that there is no magic, superstitions can be maintained by their emotional benefit. Superstitions can, when we know on a rational level, no proof that there is magic, but superstitions can be maintained by their emotional benefit. When you go, they say pray and you when you start speaking in tongue, Holy Ghost fall on you, and can I call it a fake sense of completion or being arriving there. When you pray finish, you become satisfied that you have destroyed the devil. I experience it as a prayer warrior. That is the emotional benefit. Superstitions can be maintained by their emotional benefit, because that emotion, it has the benefit. There is a benefit to the emotion. It gives you a sense of accomplishment, but it's a false sense of accomplishment. When you stay here and say, I send the fire to destroy the evil forces, to destroy everywhere Satan, and you become emotionally satisfied because of the emotion. Just like my emotion, that emotion, that is the emotion. It gives you fake sense of satisfaction that superstitious belief is accomplished. That thing you believe superstitiously that it is accomplished. You understand? That is what is happening. It is not that it is not superstition. It is superstition. It is not proven, but it satisfies your emotion. Do you understand me? That is why when you go to churches, instead of people to rise up, instead of the pastors, when they tell them the ills of Nigeria, let me come back home. When you tell the pastors, the GOs tell the congregations about the ills of Nigeria, how politicians are corrupt, how this and that, the rig election, everything, this and that, you think that they will take a practical, or they will tell everybody to take a practical step as human beings to take back what belongs to them. Maybe by organizing protests, peaceful protests, which is sanctioned by the law, by the constitution. No. Now they tell everybody, the conclusion of everything is, let us pray, so that the evil forces controlling the politicians will leave them, so that they will do the right thing. Now they are giving the congregation a false hope. That is the most dangerous. False hope, which breaks their leg, which makes them not to act, because when they finish praying, they believe that they have destroyed all the bad forces controlling the politicians. Now that from tomorrow, politicians will they will make good for the works. But the pastors, the GOs, they know. They are using the emotions to control them. When they say, let us pray, he starts speaking in tongue. It stirs up emotion. The same way when you go to nightclub, you know, music, when music I get in like this, now was it like this, that is the emotion. Once it's there, it doesn't move anything. It doesn't move a pin. Only it satisfies. It gives you a sense of fake satisfaction that you have done it. That, oh, we don't need to protest. As long as I open my mouth and pronounce a word, it will continue ricocheting. Now the politicians will die. Devil will die by fire. Who tell you? I will come to that, for goodness sake. Superstitions have evolved to produce a false sense of having control over outer conditions and reduce anxiety and quest to understand more. That is the disadvantage of superstition. It keeps you one for the obi is a boy. You don't ask questions. Now you don't quest to answer, understand more. It keeps you dwarf. That is why in these foreign religions in our land, there are no-go areas, many no-go areas. If you want to start asking rational questions, they will tell you you are talking against Allah, that it is blasphemy, it is heresy, you are talking against the Holy Spirit, therefore I cannot go there. They block your mind so that you don't, so that no question asked. The colonization of the minds of the whole people. But here on Radio Biafra, we are trying to decolonize our mind, and today we are talking on superstitions. You understand? This is why superstitions are prevalent in conditions of absence of confidence, like in Nigeria. There is no confidence there. Insecurity, there is no security there. Fear and threat. Government does not work, so superstitions take full charge of everywhere in Nigeria. Because physicality doesn't work. Governments, they are there. People in public services, they are there to loot. They are not there to do the job that they are there for, that they're supposed to do. Therefore, everybody is being relegated into superstition, both Muslims, Christians, and native worshippers. Everybody to superstition. Go and pray before you travel from Onisha to Owerri. You cover yourself with the blood of Jesus. A Muslim will be taking his chaplet, reading chaplet before he reaches Onisha, or in order to ward off the kidnappers, terrorists, Fulani terrorists that are there to kidnap people. That your prayer will put, because there is no government in place in order to take care of all these things. Do you understand? That is why this, as I said, that superstitions are common in conditions of absence of confidence. In Nigeria, there is no confidence. There is no security. Everywhere there is fear and threat. There is anarchy everywhere. So people now are pushed into going into superstitions. You understand? If you want to go out, maybe you want to go to Lagos, your family will gather. Let us pray. Oh, have you prayed about, why? Why should? Because you can meet untimely death on the road. No government security. You understand? So they believe that prayer will at least will help you now. And you must. Because do you have 911 to call? Do you have any person to care for you if there is danger? The answer is no. So that is where superstition reigns, in the absence of physical government or governmental powers. Do you understand? That is it. In reality, superstition provides the fake answers to critical questions. That is the truth. Superstition provides the fake answers to critical questions. Therefore, it keeps people in a state of confidential stupidity. When you are confident in stupidity, I don't know how to bring this out. When you are confident in stupidity, you are confident in docility and in gullibility. That is exactly what is happening in Nigeria. People, before you talk one, they quote Surah 1 to end. Tell you the whole thing that is written in Quran and Bible, in order to cover their stupidity. They are confident. You understand? Whereas you go to somebody from UAE, he doesn't even know what is written in Quran. He's a Muslim. He don't care. Because if there is any security challenge, immediately he will call a number, and in the next 1 minute the police will be there. So they just used Islam as an identity, the same way Europe used Christianity as an identity. It's no more something, something you use as a standard. No, it's being relegated as a cultural identity. The same way Islam does in Dubai, in United Arab Emirates, because they are the government to have taken over the role of superstition. So why should they care about superstition? Why should they be superstitious in many things that you are superstition about? Maybe if you are entering, for example, you are going to farm, you have to wear medal of cross as your lucky charm, because before kidnappers will kidnap you, or Fulani headsmen will attack you. So that is a sign of good luck. Why are you doing so? Why do you have that superstition? Because there is absence of physical government. And here on Radio Biafra, what we are clamoring for is to organize ourselves and know that we are the people that we answer our own prayers. That we are the people, when organized, we became a formidable force that will be able to provide everything for ourselves through good government. Not believing that when you are walking on driving in the night, you cannot drive in the night in Nigeria now. From Enugu to Iguacha, 10 o'clock in the night, no night life. First of all, no electricity. You don't know where potholes are. So that when you reach where there are potholes, you slow down. Armed robbers will grab you and will shoot you to pieces. So you need to have belief in God, so that to protect you, instead of having belief in your government. Do you see it? We want to shift all these things to physical. And how do we do it? In order to form a government, functioning government, so that it will cater for the people, and the people will be part of the government. Everybody will be, part and parcel of the government, regulating the government. The government will be regulating the people, caring for the people will be regulating the government. Everybody will be playing their part, and things will be moving on for everybody, collectively for everybody. Now you see superstition will go down. Do you understand? Now, as I was saying, in reality, superstition provides fake answers to critical questions. Therefore, it keeps people in a state of confidential stupidity, docility, and gullibility. Superstition keeps people in a permanent state of mental stupor, which does not care for human advancement. He doesn't care for human advancement. You start quoting. And I will destroy the knowledge of the wise and the wisdom of the wise. You continue quoting. If you have a spirit destroying the wisdom of a human being, is it good for us as a human being? It's something we need to ask ourselves. You start, we continue quoting because that is your limit. That is your limit. You cannot pass there. It's a cage that is being placed on us. That is why here we are trying to remove it. Sometimes superstitions can relieve anxiety. That is the truth about the unknown, while giving people a fake sense of control over their lives, which is highly detrimental. Now remember how, when you remember death is eternal. Once you die, you don't know again what I know. Maybe it's true. I will go to hellfire. If I do, you become superstitious. That is superstition. So, but that relief. You have relief in that superstition that after all, what I'm doing, I have my reward in heaven. That is a relief to your anxiety, because you are anxious to know. Instead of trying to know more, now superstition will bring it to a full stop, and you are there. It brings you relief, but that relief is fake relief. Historically, fear about demonic magic swelled in the medieval Europe during the 14th century, which culminated into a considerable worry for the next 4 centuries about a conspiratorial group of demon-worshipping black magicians alleged to be societies of witches. It's just like anything, and you don't even care in order to find out what is really this. There are secrets these people know. If there are people that can control the world, why not try to be part of it? Instead, superstition makes you to be afraid. You fear them. The same way the guy will mark, any person may ask no it gives you fear. And that fear is what we are suffering. It limits our quest to know more, to understand what is happening there. So that if it is knowledge, we get it. If it is wisdom, we get it. That is how the Europeans advanced. They entered into darkness to where, do you see the people that died in the Titanic, where Titanic ship capsized, where it's lying? I think it was 4 kilometers down. Mazi, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's 4 kilometers deep. They built a tiny submarine that can go down to 4 kilometers deep. They enter into the Erebus, the darkness of the sea. But we are there, now. These people, they want to enter in. These people have died. It will not prevent others from going to even go more to the deepest part of the sea. It doesn't prevent them. They are looking for knowledge. Something you will be in your superstitious house, or your superstition in your house, and conclude that, the deep is the abode of the Most High, and there are no more. You don't now quest, you don't now make effort to find something, a way to visit there to see. Even if it takes your life, others continue. People went to the moon. You don't know what they see in the moon. They never tell us the reality of what they saw in the moon. Why they didn't want to go back to the moon in a hurry. There are many things, many secret fights about it. Do you know that? There are many secret fights. There is a thing I threaten them. Instead, they want to go to Mars. But we now, once you say, heaven, we become, we become caged in that level of understanding. We don't want to know more. Why? Because of superstition. Now, as I said, this fear about demonic magic is swelled up in the medieval Europe during the 14th century, which culminated into a considerable worry for the next 4 centuries about a conspiratorial group of demon-worshipping black magicians alleged to be secret societies of witches. Superstitions are simple and easy compared to the believe the resultant effects of trying to explore the unknown. That is doubting superstition. When you are, for example, you want to enter into a bus that is going far, from Onitsha to Lagos or from Onitsha to Kaduna, for example. Everybody, there is people will come. There is I'm just giving you an example. Somebody will bring water, say, nah, this water, just put hand inside the water before entering the bus. Not that you believe it, but you see. So that thing now, they say, okay, take it. You put it. You put your hand. Others are putting. You go and put. Not because of anything, but because it's not a hard job. It doesn't cost you nothing. Instead of losing your life, if there will be, even if you doubt it, it's in because you want to pay to sow seed, but it's a polite threat. When they will tell you, say, pastor will be preaching. If you don't sow seed, I'm not forcing you. Man, remember the canker worm. Anything you put your hand, remember canker worm day. So that threat is a polite threat there. Very big psychological menace is there, but it's a polite, political one. So that now you'll be fighting with your heart. One man will go do now you are forced. Begin now. This is something psychological. These are things they teach them. They taught them in Bible schools for your information. How to manipulate the people. They don't force you by a psychological discord into your mind. That is the most dangerous type. It's more better they even force you. Use cane and force you. Say go and do. Because that one you will know is you are being physically forced. So it will not be inside your mind. You will just do it for doing sake. If you don't want to do, you say, flog me, I'm not going to do anything. You know that you have received your punishment and it will not enter your mind. But this one they will preach. Hammer how Hannah gave all the woman, or the Shunammite woman gave one the last bread to the prophet Elijah or Elisha. And during the famine, and after the whole, now wow, I should have done it. Now you start confessing. You call the pastor, say, I'm sorry, I didn't do it, but look at what happened to me. I was going on the road, my car has a engine failure, new car that never. He said, I told you. Did you saw that? He said, did you say? He said, Mazi, can I please take over to you?
Mazi, let me first talk about. I'll link that up to
know that they are listening, because I seen use high grammar. I know that Emma, for your information, Mazi Kene is supposed to be a reverend father, ordained reverend father, but because of the teachings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he went back. He said no. So he butu ma oyibogi ma ihe biko, so that kana water they must go on.
Before, okay, my mix CM my henine. I am a try artist. Before this time, Catholic Church, the church was only just Catholic Church, and Lutheran Church, Anglican Church, but Catholic Church had the authority over every other thing and every other, Anyway, so at this point, the Catholic Church has already maintained, and mind you that this is consistent with scriptural revolution. All right, that this eight, why binime is stable, is steady, or they move. It is the sun that dances around the earth. So that was the theory held by the church. And but in 1616, in the year 1616, which is 17th century, a man called Nicholas Copernicus developed a different theory that challenged this previously held Catholic doctrine that this world is stable and is the sun that is dancing around, which you can find in the scripture. I keep saying which you can find in the scripture, just for you to know that the scripture is with some shortcomings. It has error because it's a human literature. It was made up. But once he made that, the Catholic Church prohibited the so-called Copernican revolution. Why is this important? Because this was the breakthrough in scientific revolution. This was what led to people, because Mazi had just met Titanic. It's 3,900 meters, so it's quite deep. But people have exploited it. People, scientists, and even people that are trying to unravel history, the mystery of this world. They're studying it, and the accident that happened 3 weeks ago as well reminds us, as opposed to the earth is stable and the sun is dancing around it. Oh, look at us, the sun. God has sent sun to be dancing around us, and then we are movable. We don't move. This earth doesn't move. It's stable. But this man tried the earth is actually moving. So started launching into the study of earth, launching into deep seas to actually make scientific inquiry about whatever they can find there, the elements, the constituents of deep seas, the mysteries that we can discover about the earth we live in, our environment, and all that. And because this theory is true, that's why, because if earth was stable, we wouldn't have natural disasters like earthquake, because it's stable. But no, it is flexible, it is moving. That's why it can crash. There can be earthquake, there can be all that kind of thing. But this ushered in a different mindset. From this time, people started abandoning superstition, now getting to superstition and moving into scientific inquiry. Knowledge is power. And an understanding of it is very important. Astronomy is key. If we do not understand how our environment is constituted, how can we understand how to relate to an environment and how to relate to one another? When we talk about superstition, people think, oh man, these people, you guys don't have faith. Although the link or the difference between faith and superstition is not even much. The content of faith is not that much. The rest is just superstition. Faith is supposed to be just a belief in God, confidence and trust in a spring being, in God. And for Christians, some of you, in Jesus, as you believe, and for Hindu and Muslim, for whatever they believe, that confidence, period. The problem is the human mind is curious, and the mind needs something it can verify, something that it can visualize, if possible, something you can see, something you can touch, something you can perceive to grant their faith. That is why people mold something to worship. It's even in the Bible, in Egypt, the Israelites moving out away from Egypt, moving into the promised land, they molded something, right? That's the story we are told in the Bible, right? Even where we come from, people always mold something to represent something. Superstition is, when you started, as Mazi defined it, it's an irrational belief. It has no basis in objectivity. It has no objectivity, in the sense that it's not objective. You cannot hold on to it as a scientific, verifiable knowledge, piece of information or data or knowledge, because it just doesn't work. It's just somebody holding on to certain kind of belief that they think could work, works for them, and they think they could rely upon in time of difficulties. But it keeps failing them, but they don't realize, they don't recognize that there's no, this is not authentic, this is not, this sort of belief is not grounded in certainty. People don't know. Superstition is irrational. Why? because it's not grounded in scientifically verifiable knowledge. But it is part of faith. In every faith, in every religion, there is superstition. There are superstitious practices associated with every religion. But it is excessively involved in Christianity. And very sadly, people that practice Christianity don't even understand that they don't have faith. People in your families that call themselves Christians, they're not actually Christians. They're not Christian in the original sense of this word. What that means, for somebody that follows the teaching of Jesus Christ, right? They are not. These people are superstitious believers. They hold on to a set of superstitious beliefs. And I'll bring it down to explain it. Superstition, let's put it this way. When you go to church, there is what we call objects of worship. In theology, object of worship is Jesus Christ, right? But also there are things that are called sacramentals, objects with small o. Catholic Church call it sacramentals, including your rosary, crucifix, olive oil, blessed water, water that has been blessed. Some of you still have in your houses. You sprinkle it against the enemy and all that. Against the enemy, that's the emphasis, because the idea of superstition in every religion is to inspire fear, is to tell you that there is enemy. And I will return to this, very shortly. But Mazi brought this issue already up to say that superstition did not start with us Africans. Superstition was even identified. It was prevalent. It was common. It was a common practice to hold on to some superstition, even in the medieval ages. In the medieval times, even today, if you go to Italy, you see statues everywhere. Most of them have been destroyed, but still a lot have been left. Our people are paying in pilgrimage to visit those. That's why in the medieval time, the practice of exorcism. So exorcism will casting demon out of people, which is very relevant, very prevalent, very common today in Nigerian Christian churches. That anwanshi, is called exorcism. So people are being, the demon is being casted out of people. In the medieval time, we're talking about, especially late medieval time, 12th, 13th century, people believe that the demon can possess people. That's superstition now. Demon makes people to collapse. So if people collapse and they start vomiting something, some foam, that means the demon is involved. They are demonic. They need to be liberated. The demon need to be cast out so that these people can recover and be free. Church has been able to manage this because this thing was abused at that time. Everybody was casting demon, charging money, making money out of it. If you don't want demon to repossess you, you have to pay a little bit more. You have to increase your tithe. You have to do some penance and some indulgence, in order for God to see, show you some favor and not send you some demon or let demon possess you. So people were milking the situation. They were abusing the situation, but the Catholic Church tried, and I think they succeeded, to say, no, not every priest can be exorcist. Exorcist. So in Rome, in the Vatican, there is chief exorcist. Chief exorcist. Every diocese will have their own exorcist. But in Nigeria today, due to proliferation of churches, church now multiply like an arrow. Everywhere church are springing up. Everybody now try more. Everywhere.
Mazi, this thing
Everybody
you
na
say,
Ajomo.
sorry, Mazi, this thing you say, which means the Catholic Church try to organize it so that there will be no confusion. That is organizing. At that
So that there
medieval,
will be no confusion.
at that medieval time, or where,
Yes, Mazi.
so that every
Because he
parish
was
when
being
exorcist, onye na-achụ ajọ mmụọ, ọ ọrụ ya.
Yes.
Not only put I say
Yes.
God call me, Jesus call me.
Yeah.
I cast you out.
Yeah.
That is anarchy. Mazi, go on, please. I want that
Mazi,
clarity.
even at that, Mazi, even during the medieval time, at the peak of medieval time, not every priest was allowed to cast a demon because people were making it a business. Everybody was casting demon, you know. I said, no, we don't want to abuse it because Catholic Church has been, one thing they've been very good is structuring and the restriction for certain things. And you could see the positive side of it. I mean, I'm not speaking about churches. I don't identify with any church, you know. I'm more open to spirituality, and later on I will explain why. But what they've done well is to put discipline around the practice so that there's no much abuse. But in Africa today, it's been abused. We are being dehumanized. Every beautiful girl will be, be told to be, that they are possessed. Najo moji ha. Oh, that's why she hasn't married, because she has married in the spirit. Husband, water husband, river husband. All these things. Anyway, when people believe this, that is superstition. Because today, thanks to scientific revolution, thanks to Copernican revolution, that has made people think, oh, hang on, let us abandon all this superstition. God is a God, that's all. The moment, you can demon. Before you can't go to water, because the water was right from time associated with devil, right? No, not after the revolution, the scientific revolution, people start going to the water. We're talking about Titanic today. People are studying the depth. We're talking about over 3,000 miles. People are studying the water. Now, superstition again is, as I mentioned, you have Jesus as your main object of worship, and then you have smaller objects, what we call sacramentals. Okay, in the Christian, our audience is largely Christian, so we speak in the language they understand. So when you take your rosary, you say, "Oh, Father, bless my rosary." Oh, Ebukobi oil, olive oil from Ebukobi. Oh, this one from Pastor. This one. All these things are representational. Their function is to point you to something. It's like when you're driving, when you're on a road traveling from Delta to Warri, you're looking for signboard, because signposts, they pass information, right? They direct you. They tell you when to turn. What town you entering, what town you've just passed, the names of places you've been. That's the function of signposts. They tell you what to do. They tell you how many kilometers per hour you go. These sacramentals have function like that. They help you to cast your hope and aspiration into God. They help you to point you towards God or Supreme Being, right? So when you have all these things, the purpose is that you have this so that they can help you understand something about God, have a better relationship with your Creator. Superstition is when you collapse that spirit person and their power into this object of representation. What that means is, instead of me believing that, okay, I'm saying this rosary now, it helps me to, as I'm saying it, and it helps me to think and ponder on the things of God, and then inspires me to have a better relationship with one another. I begin to see the rosary, not just the rosary beads, not just as a holy thing. Not just as a means to communicate with God, but an object in which God dwells on. Rosary may be too difficult to understand, but think about olive oil. And the pastor says, when you spread this olive oil on your new car, this car will never have accident. How many of you have bought cars and you got your pastor to bless the car so that it doesn't have accident, and pastor pray everything? It doesn't. After 2 months, you had accident. I'm sure everybody will have their pastors always blessing their car and their priests blessing their car. That is superstition. To believe that that prayer itself will really save you from accident is superstition. When you are traveling, somebody hops into your car, their bus. I don't know if they still do it these days, but then they hop into your car and start praying. After praying, they ask you for money, or they sell some books and they say, go well, and they jump out, collect some money and jump out. People else, when you believe that that prayer is what is going to keep you from accident, you are delusional, because you can still do that and still accident will still occur. It means that you are delusional. In other words, you are irrational. You're not being real, because there are multiple factors that can cause accident. Bad road is one. Driver, if they lose control, accident can come. If they are drunk and they're driving you, they can cause accident. Anything can happen. The car can just break down and then cause accident. Anything can happen. And prayer doesn't fix things. And if that's what you could take today, take it in. The purpose of prayer is not to fix your problem. The purpose of prayer is to connect you with the Supreme God, the Supreme Being. Whether it is prayer said through traditional ways, through breaking of kola, or prayer said during Mass or night vigil. It doesn't matter whether you say this in novena, 9 days of Mass. I know you could do Mass. It's also one nobody. Oh, we're doing that. Father, we're for 150,000. We're doing one more, but it's also I'm not back in a church every Sunday. That will not have any impact. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Or even if you go for 1 week adoration, that will yield no result, because the purpose of prayer is not to fix the problem. You are the one to fix your problem. When you start believing that the purpose of your prayer, this prayer now, these words you're saying is going to fix your problem, that is being superstitious. Again, some people under their pillow, you see a crucifix, small cross, right, under their pillow. They believe that putting this crucifix under their pillow means that they are protected, means that they are, whatever they are asking God, God will hear them. Again, that is this kind of result. There are things that must give in for something to occur. When those things don't happen, therefore this cannot be the result, or this cannot happen. The last edition, last Saturday, we are talking about cause and effect. You see? So, superstition is, again, very common. Very, very common. And even if we want to go a little bit on the ladder of theology, if we're going to go a little bit up, just to explain better, the Eucharistic theology, in Catholic Church and Anglican and Catholic Church, they have Eucharist, or, communion, and the Garanatori, right? That communion is it's called communion for a purpose, because it brings you together. It unites. Other theologians developed theology, Eucharistic theology, but his was the one that was approved by the Catholic Church. So instead of seeing the Eucharist as a communion, something that brings us together, as a ceremony in which we enter and then we see ourselves as brothers and sisters united in faith, the Eucharist came to be known as the body of Jesus Christ, body and blood of Jesus Christ. So that bread now is no longer the body of Jesus Christ. And then you could see people, when they receive the Eucharist, they believe they've received Jesus. England, when they pulled out from Rome, they disagreed with this Roman theological Eucharistic stand, or theological stand on Eucharist. This that's achicha abroza achicha after consecration, no buzi, I don't know about Jesus. It's a powerful to believe that's what it is. That's people made this up. So That is also superstition. When you say, oh, achicha abụrụzikwa achicha is Jesus, because if you take that achicha into the lab, and look, I say this respectfully, I respect your faith, whatever you believe, all right? But we're going to stick with science here. We're going to be rational in our approach. If you take the piece of bread called Holy Communion to the lab and you do some research on it, you will still get the same result as before the consecration. So before akaboka is the same piece of achicha, the same scientific element, the same elements will present, will manifest, will give you the same result, which means nothing has changed. You only believe it's been changed, it's no longer. Therefore, people believe, oh, Jesus. Only no accident and because Jesus must now. This is superstition, because why is this superstitious? It contradicts reality. And here we must learn to face reality, learn to be objective, learn to be guided by objective principles, not superstitious belief held by subjects, held by individuals, or because my faith all right? Now, as I was saying, when objects of worship that are meant to represent something, that are meant to guide us towards a supreme being, when these are collapsed into reality, when they become the reality of their representation. So when this piece of bread that is supposed to become sacrament, Eucharist is a sacrament, right? When this piece of bread to become a sacrament of communion, like a symbol, something that symbolizes communion with one another and God, that's the purpose, right? Has moved from representing and trying to connect us to God to becoming God himself. So this is no longer, the object has become God. God has collapsed into object of representation, symbols of representation. The purpose of symbol is always to point you to meaning. Symbols and signs, they don't become what they represent because they are representing something that is higher than them, something other than them. How they represent? Represent. If you are driving, the signs you are looking at to know when to turn right, when to turn left, they are representing something. When you see them, they tell you something. They have meanings. But that meaning doesn't end there. Using crucifix, these have meaning. These are reminding you, okay, about somebody dying on the cross and all that. All these things. Superstition is when this themselves, your faith, everything is around this becomes, as this is God. So people got nanke pastor and handkerchief. And they hold it precious. It's a precious thing. They travel to Mecca. They carry the sand because they come from, but it's not hot. People that don't even have any faith. The agnostics and atheists, they believe faith itself is superstitious. And to certain extent, yes. When you start pulling all these things out, you realize that your content of faith is nothing but a nice, well-planned, constructed, wrapped set of superstitions. Well-wrapped and presented to you, and you've been holding on to that and passing it on generation after generation. Superstition is a rational belief that something is real. Belief and trust and confidence in something that is irrational. That's a superstition. Now, why are we critical about religion? Because religion is the bedrock of superstition. Into religion, you can't achieve anything. The Western world wouldn't have been what it is today if they had remained in that environment of superstitious belief. If they had remained in that era of medieval time, dark ages. It was for this reason it was called dark ages, because there was no light of reason. It was dark. It's all about demons, a demon as a possession. It was about it's communication, church crusade, all those things. But Europe was making no progress because everybody was being guided by a set of superstitious belief. And when they make that paradigm shift, when they shifted their mentality away from superstition and into scientific inquiry, look at where they are today. Because then they started using the potentials, their human potential. This brain we have is loaded with capabilities. The mind is powerful. From this mind, every human person has powerful thinking, innovation, knowledge can come out of it. But when you are believing superstition, then you are limiting the capacity of your mind, or you are not making use of your abilities. People always say your intellectual faculty. Yeah, the powers. Faculty means power. You do not recognize the power you have up there, because that box is from that box that everything you've seen today was created. I mean, every scientific innovation is human invention, human creation. The Facebook, the social media, we are communicating online. You are listening to us. You're able to tune in from any part of the world. It came from human thinking. If everybody had believed, oh, one day God will do it, let's go to church because God will do it, nothing will happen. Because praying doesn't fix things. Nothing gets created. Nothing gets fixed by just wishful thinking, religious wishful thinking. Oh, I know God will do it. God will do it. No, it doesn't happen like that. Because God has made you powerful. It's only that you don't recognize how powerful you are. Okay? Yeah, God has created you so that you can do these things, right? For those of you that believe you in creation. So why not explore? Why not unleash the potential of your mind? Why keep yourself imprisoned by superstition? Living a superstitious life or believing in superstition is like drinking poison and wishing that your enemy dies. When you believe in superstition, you move away from reality into the irrational level of things. It's like drinking poison and wishing that your enemy dies. If you're drinking poison, you're killing yourself. It's not going to have any impact on your enemy, right? It's still you. You're killing yourself gradually, right? Some people, so the same thing, when you kind of ignore the objective principles, ignore the reality, which means we need to hold our government responsible so that they can fix this road. And you say, oh, I believe in God of Jacob, God of Isaac. Oh, cover us with the blood of Jesus. You jump into your car. That's like drinking poison. You are ignoring the reality. You are being delusional. You are not facing reality. You're not but time and time again, we are seeing the consequences of our irrationality. This carelessness, this way of thinking, we see where it leads us. It always ends badly. It ends bad with the way we appoint corrupt leaders. I mean, we don't necessarily appoint them. They take power. But we are powerless because we haven't tapped into our mind, into our faculty, into our potential. We do not know that we can stop them. We can change how things are. Because we are believing in superstitious belief. We are so busy. How can we change or create anything when we sleep in the church, praying for whatever, for husband, for development, for whatever? How can we ever invent anything when all your life you've seen your parents paying na church, paying different monthly dues, tithes, some people don't even eat because they're trying to save up so they can give some money at offertory so that people are around them don't think that all this cover up. How can our land change when we are being held in this prison of superstition? We invest into church more than we invest in scientific development, more than we invest in schools, more than we invest in the health sector, more than we invest in government or governance. Then how can we be that place we should be? And suddenly somebody is down with kidney failure, and we're on social media, and how can we raise money and take them to India? If India, I tell you what, India has so many gods they believe in, but they've been able to structure their life, their collective life, their way of life, and as a people, that they no longer being guided by superstition, or restricted rather by superstition. They know where religion belongs in society. It's relegated at the backyard. They switch on their intellect, and they're solving problem of the world. India is leading in technology. India is leading in internal health. In fact, all sectors of medical health sector. You want organ, you want kidney transplant, organ transplant, whatever that is, you go into India. You want bone marrow transplant. Bone marrow transplant, India does it very well. Look at how powerful India has become within the last 10 years. They've moved out of so-called developing world. India is no longer there. India is powerful today. China is powerful. 20 years ago, when I was still in secondary school, China was a very poor country. Not anymore today. They've moved their way. They've been able to rationalize, been able to think deep and find where their problem lies and prefer the solution. But how can we find we don't even know where our problem lies? Everybody is running from one pastor to another. Oh, God of oh, God of Mecharancha, oh, God of Sister Joma, oh, Chineke Nkonya. That's stupidity. God is not involved in that. That's pure business. It has nothing to do with God. Superstition is your own thinking. It is the lies you've told yourself over time, or the lies people have told over the centuries, which you have consumed literally. You've been fed on those lies, or you fed on those lies, and over time you started believing them. You've inherited concussions, the seed people put up, all the deception. You inherited this, and it's now causing havoc in your life. Now, what is then spirituality? You see, every indigenous person should not be calling themselves religious. You cannot be indigenous and not be spiritual. Spirituality is indigenous. It's indigenous consciousness of the interconnectedness of nature. All indigenous, something indigenous to us. So we're indigenous people of Biafra. Indigenous. You must have your own. You must find out about your thing, your root. It means that things about you are authentic. They're organic. They are not made up. They're organic. Your cities, your towns are there. Your forefathers, they've been there. Your people have occupied this place 2,000, 5,000 years ago. So you are indigenous to that land. So you must have a rich knowledge of foundation of knowledge, how things work, whether it's a knowledge about health, whether it's a knowledge about cooperation, community, relationship, and all that. To understand what we mean by spirituality, which is now difficult because over time we've been so indoctrinated by religion, and then it's superstitious. And we are so confused about this. But let me explain. Religion is not spirituality. You see, in spirituality, we are talking about wholeness of nature. When I say nature, it includes it, the planet, everything, creation itself. Creation itself, the wholeness of creation. When you understand that creation is one whole family with different branches, different departments, different aspects, the human aspect, the nature, the river, the water, the trees, they are all part of our atmosphere, our cosmophic, reality, our cosmos. Now, what is spirituality? Spirituality is the understanding the interconnectedness, that all these things are connected, that we are connected to our land as indigenous people, we are connected to our river. Now, many debaya many debaya we is a blessing, is part of who we are. I bundim many. You hear when people say, "Oh, Ndimiri, oh, I don't want to do anything with Ndimiri," and sometimes I don't really blame people, because this whole thing have been bastardized by all this Omo Barofo, DBA, all this nonsense. But I won't Miri, because many Dibono is part of you. Why? Because indigenous people understand that creation is sacred. And sacredness resides in interconnectedness. So the idea that creation is sacred is more understood in the fact that everything about creation, the human being, our environment, the cosmos, is about interconnection. We are all connected in one way or the other. We are all grounded in this land. That is why for indigenous people, part of our spirituality is the recognition, what I could say, the primacy of the land. Like Allah nwemmadu, ebe anyị si anyị na-asị na ala nwemmadu. Ndị Igbo na-asị ala nwemmadu niile. You know why? That's why when a child is born, what happens? The umbilical cord, what is it called? Is buried. Is buried where that person was born. They say that's where the umbilical cord was buried. Or is it the placenta? Or you know what I'm talking about? It's buried. That place.
It's the umbilical cord. You're right.
Because we come from the land. It is about Obubando. Iwara with the land. That is why Chututu 4 Wokobuno were Oji. What is Oji? Mkpụrụ osisi from the land. The land is sacred. That is what, and then you invoke, you pray. So go for. I don't want to say pray, because prayer doesn't say it. What we do is go for. It's different from prayer. We're not kneeling down begging. We are sitting and with our palms on the land, our legs matching the feet on the ground. We are grounded because there is a relationship between human being and the land. Human being, that relationship is part of our spirituality, recognizing the relationship between human being and the land. Remember what I said before, the interwovenness, that everything is interconnected in our cosmos, about nature, about indigenous people. And that is why people who do not understand, like the colonizers thought that, oh, we don't understand God, we don't have a concept of God. They are pagans because they don't understand spirituality. They believe in religion because religion was is human construct. You make it up, you design it, and then it's called established concept of God. It's religion. Now you bless the kola. In the blessing of the kola, there's no prayer. I always tell my comrade this in my zone here in Australia. I always explain to them to understand how powerful and how sacred the breaking of kola is, and why we must preserve this ceremony, why we must promote this culture. What happens is, in that breaking of kola, there is an invocation of the past. The past is invoked. And when we refer to the past, it's about the ancestors. Ancestors, we invoke them. We also refer to the generations to come. We in breaking of kola, one single ceremony, there is the unification of the past and the future in one present action. Ndị gara aga before us are present in that one action. And things about them are also present in that one ceremony. It is powerful. That is spirituality. Through this kola, you pray. There's no prayer more powerful than kola. It's very, very disheartening that Diwulo get it all. He is on. I think I have to go to morning mass because I have to pray. There should not be any prayer at all other than the prayer of kola, because in the breaking of kola, you are having a communication. There is a communion. The mystery of nature of creation is more manifest than any other time. We break the kola, we give everybody we break the kola. It's a tiny part of it, we throw it away. Why? To touch the ground. Why? To symbolize ọgbụgbandụ anyị na-anaba anyị gbara. Ọya ka eji asị ananwe mmadụ. That is why eji asị kwụba aka gị ọtọ, because aka gị akwụghị ọtọ ana otigbuo gị. You see, ana, the concept of the land. You cannot understand spirituality of indigenous people, and you cannot appreciate yourself being indigenous unless until you start understanding these foundational relationship, the ties we have, the kinship, our relationship with creation, with the nature, everything in it. That is why I buy manya before I know manya. Why? You are acknowledging that this land protects us, and we must protect this land. You see, today in the West, they're talking about environmental preservation. They're talking about ecosystem. They're talking all these environmental campaigners. They're talking about protecting the environment. All this, but we've been doing this. Our forefathers have been doing this. We understand that you protect the land. You go to the farm. You take only what you need. You enter the forest. You don't kill the trees because the trees are important. That's why sometimes I say for because you want to preserve them. But those trees today that have been there like 50 years, 100 years before we are born, they are now killing them. Most of them are gone because all these brainwashed, superstitious pastors, they have told you that these trees that have been there for 500 years, oh, that's where your problem is from. We have to kill the tree. We have to destroy it. While in the West here, they're talking about preserving the forest. It is, you cannot even, a tree in front of my house, just in front of my house, I have applied. It took 3 months to get approval for me to prune the branches. Because when I'm driving in, it touches my truck or my car. So I feel like, no, it's time to cut it. But I just can't do that because it's illegal for me to do so. I had to write to the council to get permission before I could prune, and I couldn't do it myself. I had to employ somebody to do that and pay them because they are trained for that. You see, that's how it works. But in our land, we've been doing this. That's why when people talk about democracy, it's democracy, equality. But in your own as indigenous person, equality is right there. In your own as indigenous person, democracy is right there. It is because of this interconnectedness that ọ ga-adịrị anyị ma dịrị onye nwe onye sị anyị ama nọ gịnị nwa mee ya anyị ama nchọ mmadụ ama nchọ anyị. That is what you call harmony in creation. We are acknowledging other people's right to coexist. We are also affirming that in this world we are not alone, we are not in an island. Mmiri bai is important. Osisi bai, arụsị bai, whatever that is, everything form into one beautiful creation. Is powerful. It's powerful. Now, what happens with religion? You are told, oh no, you have to go to church to pray to God. But you don't need to go to any place to pray to God. Because God is everywhere. Not even in Christian theology, we say God is everywhere, right? He's omnipresent, meaning that He's all present. Anywhere you are is God's presence, right? But yet you have to go to church. Why? Because it's important that you turn up every Sunday and put your money in the offering. It's important. Your money is more important than anything else. It's all pure business. It's a business strategy. But in our spirituality, you don't need to even campaign or even try to convert people. Proselytize, that's the word I'm thinking. Trying to convert people. You go home today, you can't rest because early in the morning somebody has a megaphone, they're preaching about Jesus or repent, you better to go. They will not allow you to rest. No, in spirituality, you don't, because that's violent. That's violence. That's why religious people are violent. That's why it is an objective fact that religion is associated to violence. Whether it's a Muslim religion, whether it's Christianity, it's all been associated with violence. And this is psychological. It's a belief that my God is superior, or my way of doing it is the only way. Believe or you die. That is where violence starts. But spirituality respects other people's way of doing it. When I came to Australia, I started appreciating my own spirituality even more. You see, here also in Australia, and I will say this and hand over the microphone to Mazi. But you see, in Australia, we have small amount population of Aboriginal people scattered all around Australia. They were killed in millions when British came here. So they were colonized, and the agenda was to wipe them away, so that this land will become a white man's land. So the brutality meted against Aboriginal people was unprecedented. Nothing compared to what happened to us. Our own was just exploitative colonialism. So they came to take our resources and go back home, right? Here they came to wipe out people that own this land, indigenous people, and to replace them with their own population. And so you come to Australia now, oh, it's white people's land. No, this is the land of black people. Aboriginals of Australia, they are black people. Again, black people are the first people on earth. The life started in Africa. Life started with the black people. We are the oldest people on earth. And we don't know this. Anyway, the Aboriginal people, still those that survived the brutality over time, they have kept certain practices of their culture. They've preserved it. And when I came here, I loved their spirituality, their connection. In every indigenous land, there is, whether it's indigenous people of Aboriginal Australia, indigenous Australians, or indigenous Canadians in Canada, North America, there are indigenous people. Go there, they always must emphasize three things: the primacy of land, land over every other thing. Then human relationship with one another. The land is sacred. Therefore, our relationship with one another and the land must be based on the sacredness of the land. So the relationship must be sacred, right? So the land, the human relationship, and every other thing, the knowledge, the culture, other things, these are strong in Aboriginal communities. And that's why I said, if we really want to be authentic, want to be real to what we call ourselves, which is indigenous people, we must rediscover who we are. We must rediscover our spirituality and start learning or relearning and appreciating and really proudly living out our spirituality. You need our spirituality abhokite. Who to kill and who to use for poison, because authentic spirituality doesn't cause harm for people. That is why when you break the collar, you never wish your enemy evil. You only say, unless they are wishing evil to you, those who are wishing us evil to return to them. You see, that is spirituality. It has nothing to do with Okite and all this nonsense. And even that breaking of collar, you see, when somebody I've been with my dad. Last time I visited home, one man, nobody liked that man. Everybody knows this man is not a good man, and he's criminal, a well-known criminal. He visited my dad, and I was inside. My dad said, "Oh, there's no collar, man. I've already broken collar in the morning. It's finished. I have to go to market. He just say it hurriedly so that person can go, because onye aka ya adịrọ ọcha, onye aka ya adịrọ ọcha, onye na-eme ihe a na-asọ ada awara ya ọjị, because iwa ọjị means that you embrace the person. It's the recognition and admiration of that person that anybody can tell you. When you go to visit somebody and they don't break collar, it means that you are not welcome. Well, how many of us know this today? Because when I give you collar, I am saying that you are my brother. No, you are welcome. Thank you for coming, and I embrace you with whatever you bring. How can you embrace somebody named Halanasa? How can you embrace people that are shooting others, are killing people? How can you embrace criminal politicians? How can you embrace all these people? You see, we need to return to our spirituality. We need to go back to the root and rediscover our spirituality. Spirituality. Even the person near you, sitting by your side, you don't talk. Outside that church, you don't talk. But everybody looks so looks so like they are holy, like Haga develop no. In our spirituality, only like he begisi ya abatakwana bem agwaga adiroma ihe na-eme adiroma nwa gị na-akwụ nkwụ uche onye obodo mana emere ya adịghị mma isi achọghịzi nka mụ na nwa gị na-akwụ unless me change the agwa gị. Very straight, very direct, enwere ihe a na-eze ezo. Not this one. Pastor is praying for your child to be successful in a Yahoo business. Even you, as a Christian mother, you are praying that your child get bute, go bute, you know. But you're not asking, how will that happen? You say, oh my God, we do it. How? Your child has no business. He has not. How will he get that money other than stealing and causing harm to other people? Because you are defrauding them. You are stealing from the other people's pocket. You don't care because I am his menana. Because I am his basis in our own sacred traditions and cultures. So this is where I'll stop and hand over. Superstition is irrational, and it is nothing to compare to spirituality. Religion is man-made up. It was built by human being, and that's why it imprisons you. Spirituality is organic. It is indigenous. Only indigenous people can understand spirituality. And in spirituality, although there could be some elements of superstition, yes, because it's a human affair, but it is profound. Because in one ceremony, such as breaking of kola, but there's a whole lot of others, maybe eluding and munye and other things. There is presence of the spirit, of God. There are presence. God is invoked. Okike, the nation, the creation itself is invoked. There is a communion of, that is the true communion of saints in one place. The living and the past. We don't say the dead. Those that have transitioned, our ancestors, that have gone. They are invoked to come back. The generations to come, they are invoked. Those present with me and breaking the kola, my family, I also remember them in the prayer of breaking the kola. I order the day. I relate to the river, the water, the land, and everything. So beautiful, so powerful. Mazi, I'll go back to you now. Thank you.
There were Mazi. Although time is flying anyway, I'll go just a little bit before opening the lines. But in continuation to what Mazi said about our indigenous spirituality, because people are mistaking religion to spirituality. Religion is man-made. Something just like, we have been hammering it here, like social club. It created to control human being. This is us and them, us and them. Our own is the best. Oh, just like, come to PDP, come to APC. APC, your sins will be forgiven. No, PDP said no. That is the same thing, nothing more. But spirituality, when you look at our spirituality, is organic. It is something that is in spirituality. All is something made to harmonize better this physical world, our stay in this physical world we are in, between us as brothers and sisters. Because when you come to our natural organic spirituality, there is no them and us. No person is forcing his own to your own. No. We do it, we harmonize. Now, we protect nature so that nature will protect us. And we unify and harmonize ourselves. So, let me go quickly. Let me say this before I open the lines. Remember, we are still talking about superstition. It's not going to end today. Honestly, there are many things to talk about it. Historically, the predominant concept of witchcraft in the Western world derives from Old Testament laws against witchcraft. You understand? That is a historical fact. Predominantly, this witch predominantly is a concept. The concept of witchcraft is derived in the Western world from Old Testament laws against witchcraft and entered the mainstream when belief in witchcraft gained the church approval in the early modern period. According to historical records, in Europe between 1400 to 1782, around 40,000 to 60,000 people were killed due to suspicion that they were practicing witchcraft. This number is not including those unofficially lynched. unofficial lynching. They don't include those. They are just the same way our people are doing. They are unofficial ones. The number I mentioned is the official recorded ones approved by the system that time. But we are more than double the unofficial lynching. In the same way they burned one of our women in Cross River last few weeks, which we talk about here. Very pathetic medieval superstition of witches, which made our brother to come up and ask questions. I wish that our brother is listening. He might. I tried to look for his number. I couldn't know his number again. I wish that he will also come up to ask questions, because this is what we want. People, you can come up and ask questions or talk about contrary opinion. This is a parliament. I used to say it always. We learn from each other. Now, today, the phrase witch hunt, every time you talk about witch, they are witch hunting me. It is used for depicting searching out and deliberate harassment of those, such as political opponents, with unpopular views. Just came again. Now they are just witch. I didn't do nothing, but they are witch hunting me. But in reality, it was real in the medieval Europe. That was where this mantra started. Now witch hunting, because they had the people they call inquisitors in the medieval Europe. From church inquisitors, those that are hunting for heresy and witches in Europe. They are the people that they hunt witches any place they go, any community they go. Now people will start coming out to say, accusing other. This person, this, they will bring the person, judge him immediately, and many of them they kill them. Just for something you cannot prove. You understand? But today we just use it, how do I say, is it colloquially or anyhow, witch hunting. That the piece that I didn't do nothing. They just want to make me a scapegoat. They are witch hunting me. I didn't do anything. But it was real in the medieval Europe. People were publicly hanged, stoned to death, or burnt alive because they were suspected to be witches. This is the work of superstition. You understand? And very pathetic indeed today. Our people are still in this medieval mindset. How do you prove somebody to be a witch? How? Tell me how. How? Now, this old, when you see an old helpless man or woman that is alone, that we are all praying to be old, to reach old age. But all the people in Western world that are being taken care of, many of our people are working in England today in care home, all the people's home in parts of Europe and Western world today, taking care of their old men and women. Whereas in our own land, in some part of our land, they see old woman and man because she's unkempt, and sometimes you suffer. This old age can make you start suffering from dementia. You can be forgetful. When they see an unkempt due to suffering, due to no person taking care of them, witch. That is heartless. It's all the heartless in our people. I don't really understand. This is heartless superstition. There is nothing like that. All these people are not witches, please. Oh, it cause accidents. How do I say in church you see people giving testimony? Oh, I was in causing accident because I was in a secret society where we drink blood. We go put staff on the road and cars will come and somersault and we drink their blood. These aren't nonsense. Why they don't do it in England? Why they don't have all these things, accidents being caused by? You see that this superstition, the Nigerian government, the government of the day allow it to fester because it is to their advantage. They remove the minds of people to the reality. Now they focus on things that are not provable, some things irrational, and it is benefiting the politicians. That is why anytime you see any new governor will go to the church and preach, God give me this power. Who tell you that God gave him the power? This is something they have been using to deceive people. God gave you power. Now, why should now people go to get their PVC to vote? Why is it every 4 years people now vote? When somebody rig himself into power, or the caliphate put him into power by rigging, now he say, God has given me power. Who tell you that? These are useless mantras out of superstition. God, in a democratic setting, God doesn't give you power. The Europeans during the medieval period, the feudal Europeans and monarchical Europeans, they removed themselves from this mindset, this superstition of a divine power from God. Because many of them believe they were preaching that God gave them power. God is a divine gift of a king. Being a king is divine. It's God that make that family king, lineage of king. No. Until they start asking questions, start querying, say, no, how can God do it? That is why when you see any person say, God tell me, I'm a man of God, that person is lying to you and lying to himself. They want to control your mind in order to believe the lies they are dishing out for them to do their business. Let us stop all this superstition. God, how can God call you and start telling you? I saw somebody say, God tell me we have to do 21 days of fasting so that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. These are lies from the pit of hell. People that are coming out to be irrelevant, fighting for relevancy. God tell you. How? When? How many men, so-called men of God told that Obi will win? Where is Obi today? Let us remove ourselves from this superstition. As our brother said, prayer doesn't fix nothing. They control our mind that, whatever you decree here is a lie from the pit of hell. If it is like that, do you think that the Europeans will not be more prayerful than you? People that sabi, do you think that they will leave prayer for you to carry the power and carry everything, give to you free of charge? Continue. Let us remove ourselves from these useless superstitions that is making us go down and down. That is why black race is at the bottom layer of every place in the world, because they distributed superstition on us. Let me ask you, this religion you are dying of, have you gone to, if you are traveling from Nigeria today, what do you go with? You first of all go and get an international passport. That is your national identity. That no person, you don't go and get a Catholic passport that identifies you that you are a Catholic. The other time, I think last year, I read the news whereby they deported some Nigerian pilgrims from Saudi Arabia because of fake visa. Why didn't they allow them? Say, because you are our Muslim brothers, we allow you. This is rubbish. That is why we need to build a country, because it is a country first. Our country first. That is why we say Biafra is our religion. They identify you according to your country. You cannot, an American, for example, they cannot respect you today as a Nigerian because we are different countries together. They say Nigerians this side, you say Americans this side. Now Americans will come this side and stay. Nigerians come out. He said, no, I'm a Christian, so I have. They said, no, whether you're a Christian, it doesn't matter your religion. Your nation, your country covers you. That is why our priority should be to restore, to sanitize a country that will cover us, not religion. Religion doesn't cover you at all. If whether you're a Muslim or a Christian or a Jewish or a Judaism or a traditional worshiper, what covers you is Nigerian passport. If you want to travel, you go and get national passport. That is international passport. Your national identity card. That is your passport for traveling. You don't go any place, they start, okay, no, where is your Catholic, Christian passport? No, where is your Muslim passport? That is why our country should be number one, our religion. That is the smartest thing the Europeans did, to organize, to build a country that they are proud of. Now religions come second. Because you don't identify people through their religion. Oh, welcome Muslims to this side. Do you have Muslim passport? They don't have Islamic passport. They don't have Christian passport. They don't have Jewish passport. What they have is national passport. I mean international passport. National identity cards. Let us understand this so that we build our country not based on religion or religious sentiment. Because that thing comes secondary. Do you understand? That is how the world functions. So, all these superstitions they have been distributing in our head, we should mellow it down and sanitize our brains and decolonize our minds so that we can be able to advance and develop. I will stop here. Mazi, I don't know whether you have one or two things to add before I open the line. Just quickly. Please, if you have, you go on.
Hello, Mazi. No, Mazi, I think it's better we take questions. Honestly,
Okay.
I'm looking forward to questions.
Okay. Therefore, we are going to go.
It's better we proceed
Of course.
Because of time.
Of course. We are going to go into a few minutes break so that when we come back, we will go open the lines. We want people to ask questions. We also want people to bring up contrary views. We discuss. We are not fighting, please. We are not fighting. This is a parliament where we learn from each other. What we want is to have the best way to sanitize our brains so that we restore a sanitized nation. Not a kind of a nation like Nigeria or country like Nigeria. No. Impossible. That is what we are saying. So please, as I said, we will go into a few minutes break so that when I come back, our lines will be opened so that people will call in. Please do not go away. We shall be right back.
There's always been a debate about these two terms, religion and then spirituality. There are people who feel like, I'm not religious, I'm spiritual, and I'm not quite sure they know the meaning of that. But they use it because sometimes terms are just thrown around. To those people who are at the crossroad between religion and spirituality, what is your answer to that dilemma?
So we must understand this. It is in the very nature of human intelligence that if you do not know something, if you realize you do not know something, because most people do not realize that they do not know. If you realize that you do not know, it's very natural for your intelligence to seek to know. It doesn't need a guru, it doesn't need a scripture, it doesn't need somebody to introduce that to you. It is in the nature of your intelligence that you wish to know. There are lots of experiments to show, even mice, if you leave them in a place, within 2 minutes, they will research everything in that space. For their own reasons, of course. For survival reasons, they inquire into everything around them to find out how the place is. Human intelligence goes beyond survival. So naturally, human intelligence seeks to know many more things which does not concern our survival. Yes, we are concerned about survival till a point, but once that's taken care of, we cannot rest. We want to know more, endlessly more. The more we realize we do not know, the more the longing to know. So this longing to know, when it finds a very intense expression in the form of seeking, we call this spiritual process. Or in other words, the basis of spirituality is a realization that I do not know. But the moment you say, I'm religious, you refer to yourself as a believer. When you say you're a believer, what you're saying is, everything that I do not know, I will make it up. How I make it up? Whose help I seek to make it up? Maybe varying from person to person, somebody makes it up because of with scriptural assistance, somebody makes it up with the assistance of a priest or a pandit or a guru or whatever. But you seek some authority. You kind of make a compromise in your life that instead of truth, you settle for an authority as the truth. Spiritual process means truth is the only authority for you. Authority is never the truth for you. So these are two different aspects, unfortunately spoken in the same breath most of the time. So I would say spiritual process is far closer to scientific inquiry. See, even the fly is trying to investigate me.
Trust me, I'm not investigating, I'm just inquiring.
No,
I wish I was the size of that fly.
I did not use the word investigation in a negative way, nothing wrong with investigation.
Yes, totally.
Investigation means you want to know the truth.
Right.
Maybe it's done little forcefully like a fly.
Right.
It's coming to you now.
That's all I get these days.
No, if you get to fly, what more?
Yeah, so well, you manage pretty well. I have a fear of turbulence, so flying is not really on my top three things to do in life.
So, spiritual process does not demand belief, because belief and spiritual process cannot go together. Spiritual process is a constant inquiry. It is a way of sharpening your questions so that they dig deeper and deeper, not into something else but into yourself, the nature of your existence. Because the nature of human existence is such that in our experience, the only thing that you can experience is yourself. You actually believe you're experiencing many things, but you only know everything the way it happens within you. You do not know any other way. Even now if you see these people, it looks like they are there, but actually you know them or you see them only the way they projected in the firmament of our minds. There is no other way. There is no other way for you to experience this life except the way it happens within you. Now, spiritual process is a constant effort to see that the way that it happens within me is not a distorted vision, that my mirror is not a wonky mirror.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service, coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra London. I am here with Mazi Ekene, my co-host. Therefore, our lines are now open. Remember that we are discussing about superstition. If you have questions, you can ask. If you have any contrary opinion to what we have said, you are 100% free. But let us be polite in order to make civilized discussions, please. Our lines are now open. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I have already a caller on direct line. I want to use it to be the first caller. Caller on direct line, welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line.
Nwanne m nwoke Jonathan Chinedu, onye na-akpọ n'ụwa ọnụkwụma nwankwọ from Nanka.
Udo dịrị gị.
Na mbụ ana m ekene gị Chukwu okike abịa ma nọnyere gị. Nọnyere nwanne anyị nwoke ebere gị na ya nọ. Biko ajụjụ ka m chọrọ ịjụ. Ajụjụ a m chọrọ ịjụ. Ihe ndị a na-ekwu na redio Biafra o nwekwara otu esi edetu ya n'akwụkwọ, maka nke abalị a egosina m otu this country Biafra ji na ụdị ekpelechi ji adị ya na onye anyị abịa amachide na-enwe mmekọrịta. Biko ọnwụ na o nwere, biko si na-ede ya ka anyị na-ewedatara anyị na ana Biafra this side ka anyị na-agụ ya, maka na anyị na-achọpụta kịta ihe ndị ọcha mere anyị. Biko m wee na-asị mụnwa wọnụ nwa nkwọ ileme onye na nka na-asị unu biko o mere otu nwanne m nwoke nna anụ unu ya Oscar Okeke onye na nka na-asị biko na mada anụzi unu ya o nwere ihe merenụ na mmechi na-asị ka Chineke nna gbaa unu ume kụbanụ na ọ na-abanye ọfụma Chukwu okike abịa nọnyere ụmụ Biafra nọnyere unu nwa nọnyere ego Jonathan Chinedu nọnyere nwanne anyị nwoke Ebere ka chifonu.
Ndewo Mazi, ndewo. Na ihe jụrụ anyway, I know you should be listening because I cannot keep you. You call on direct line. Na ihe jụrụ ihe gbasara idetu ihe. It is the what do I say? The technology. We are in a technology whereby things will be kept electronically. That is it. You see people that can record this via WhatsApp through different electronic device. So it's part of it. Because only what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said. Oge rucha 1,000 Bible. Onye ga-agụkwani on the bike, onye one time ego. So listening on WhatsApp, on social media, on different levels is what is now. So, and it's not the job of only one person. It is a collective work. When you can also, when our voice is, when you are here listening to Radio Biafra, you can record it if you can. That is it. I am now joined by Mazi Patrick Ikem. I hope you are now back to base, to Italy. I think. Mazi Patrick.
Yes, Mazi. I'm back.
We saw your work. Yes, we communicated. You know, and your powerful rendition in Finland. Welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mazi. Thank you, Mazi. I really appreciate the time given to me. And our outing in Finland was quite expository and inciting, and of course to me also inspirational and motivational. Because what I learned is something I have to live with for a very long time. And this evening I also held a program to continue educating our people and also taking their questions and comments, because you know that our people are very, very expressive and you must give them that opportunity to express themselves. So for the fact that back in Finland there was no room for interaction, I have to open up that program this evening to have interaction with our people, also hear some other contrary views as well. And I promised I'll be coming back with the second episode of that program. And we're going to talk more about it so that we'll see how we can also inculcate it into the Radio Biafra, because what happened in Finland is an experience I have to share with our people. For everybody to have a knowledge, a first-hand knowledge of, you know, because I know we are not somewhere in Pluto or in the moon, but it is here on Earth. And in fact, we're able to see with our eyes and interact with the Finnish people. Mazi, I came into your program and I saw your religious discussion. And most of the things you said struck me into the bone. Because growing up, I saw some of aged old people being, you know, dehumanized, brutalized. But having lived in the Western world for over 19 years, and the kind of job I've done in the past few years now, I now started realizing how backward and ignorant we have been. I happen to be in the sector where I take care of old people. And Mazi, I can tell you that most of the old people that were killed, burnt alive, dehumanized, are accused of witchcraft and different kind of, unthinkable and unspeakable accusations, were old people that needed care, old people that needed attention, old people that needed to be catered for. I came to realize that the more you grow older, the more you lose your mind, the more you lose your sense of recognition, more you lose your sense of remembering, and the more your health deteriorates. I have been in a situation where I have seen old people under my care accuse themselves of things they never did.
Of course. Go on, Mazi. Go on.
And it opened my eyes to some of the things that I have witnessed growing up as a child, where you see an old person, they will ask, are you a witch? She will say, yes, she's a witch. Yes. Or they will tell you things, abstract things, because they are suffering from dementia. And dementia have medications, and all these old people back in our place, they are not given this medication, so they have to live with that pain and that agony. And for the fact that it's not taken care of, it continues to, degenerate. And the more it degenerates, the more, their situation gets worse. Coupled with the fact that most of the time they are not even well fed. So you see them speak in abstract tongues and say different kind of things. And when you see them say some of these things, because of our ignorance, they will say this one self don't chop witch. Mazi, if you haven't lived it, you can never understand. So this program I came across, and I said I'm going to call in and I'm going to congratulate you to have brought up this discussion. Because for us to move forward as a society, we need discussions and interactions and teaching like this to be able to make our people understand that it is all science and medication. Mazi, do not forget, I meant to say, that when the infiltrators came with their gospel of infiltration, religion was an instrument. And they were telling their, the gullibles among God that Elohim sent them. That Elohim said, many people fell for it. They contracted people to use religion as an instrument because they understand the mindset. So that enough would have been able to let our people understand that the religion as an instrument is a very dangerous weapon if it's being handed over to the wrong people. Religion, there is nothing wrong with religion, but the operators of religion have become the issues that become the problem. Because when you are given a car, for example, to drive, and you decide to use this car, to run on people and kill other people, it is the operator, the driver of that car, that must be held responsible. Most of the time, those who wrote the Bible also did it, for example, in the areas of Christian religion, also did it because they understand the importance of, manipulating the mind of the people. And that is why in the Bible you see how slavery was glorified. And most of the people who were into slavery, like the likes of King James and people like that, who had their own version of the Bible, understood that they needed to use this religion to be able to put you in chain. Because if your mind is in chain, it becomes easy for you to be controlled. So, also in Islam, the Islamic religion is also being used as a source of manipulation, where somebody will tell you that Western education is a sin, is unacceptable. But the same people who are against Western education are driving 4x4 XUV.
Mazi, can I come in there, please?
Yes.
Let me tell you, all these things, just as you said, as we say, or used to say here, religion is man's creation. Like when you talk about Islam, for example, why they say Western education, like Boko Haram, is not accepted, but you say they are riding 4x4. Mazi, this thing is political. They are trying to protect, is a mantra, an ideology, a phrase used to try to protect their own religion from foreign invasion. Yeah, I don't know whether you understand what I mean. It is just a political ploy. Can I call it diplomacy? In order to, just hold their own people tight. Religion is something, if it is, if it is, for example, local, it is okay. But let me also tell you, like when today we believe that everything is being invented by the Europeans, but that is lie. I will invite you to go and study about the Islamic age, the golden age of Islam. Go and study it very well. You understand that many inventions that are being improved today, that time when you talk about technological advancement, you talk about Islam. That is Islamic countries. The same way when we talk about technological age in technology today, we talk about the West. It is like that. I think from 8th to 13th century. You know what quenched it in Islam? That time, this Baghdad they are here is Iraq. It became the America of that time, the United States of that era, the center of the world in technology. But do you know what stopped it? One useless imam preacher rose up at the 13th century and started preaching against technological advancement, that mathematics is sin. And now it turned the people against the progress. Otherwise, had it been the continued, they would have been the center of development, technological advancement, not the West. But what happened that time? Immediately they started quenching and scattering scientists. Scientists that time, those that escaped persecution, started running many to Europe. From there now Europe embraced them, and it entered also the age of European awakening and renaissance for technological advancement. Now they started building on what the Islamic nations rejected, using the teachings of one mother imam that time, I think Al-Ghazi. So that is it. So many things are discovered in Africa, by Africans, by even Muslim world Arabs. But the development continued. The Europeans built on it and started developing it today. So that is what I want. Go on, Mazi, please. Go on. That is what I want to add there. Go on.
Yes. So at the end of the day, you find out that the mind control is even what is more important to the religion operators, because they understand that anybody who controls your mind owns you. And one other thing again that have been inculcated into religion is using music. Understanding the mindset of African people, our people, Africans in general, that we have this sense of musical culture, and music have been introduced into religion, to be able to kind of uplifting the spirit So when you see people
There's
sing and
emotion,
dance,
emotion.
exactly. You know, so we need to also start letting our people understand some of these things. It is a well-calculated human psychological operation to be able to, you know, take over, especially the black race. When you look at, you know, the black race, they are more, especially they are more, and they are the ones embracing more because they are looking for a place of solace. They are looking for a place where they can have hope. They are looking for a place where they can, you know, feel protected, because the black race feel unprotected. So when you see them, they go into religious places, they feel protected, where they give them the assurance that, you know, in the name of whatever, that they with the blood of Jesus that they are covered. You know, it makes them also give them that sense of not putting more effort, because there is hope that someone in the sky is going to take care of some of your problems. Leaving our people to be lazy and you know, that laxity. You understand what I'm saying? You know, so and that is the reason why you see somebody go to church on Monday, they go to church on Tuesday, they go to till another Sunday, and Monday they continue again. Now what are they going to do? To go and pray for jobs. Why they are supposed to sit back and look at the environment and find a way to solve the problem. Because the problem we have in our environment is job itself. Rather than looking at how we solve the problem and create giving services and creating products that will ease our life, we are running to religious places, seeking for salvation, seeking for the face of the Lord, looking for easy way out. Just like today, you see, even in the struggle, people are looking for easy way out. And that is why anywhere they hear any sound of where they can get this freedom easy, you see all of them rushing down there. Because nobody wants to have patience, nobody wants to, you know, go through any kind of, you know, suffering. The black race want everything to be cheap. And that is why you see they are easily deceived. Mazi, you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
They don't like the long process. They don't like
our people love cutting corners. Cutting corners, you know. That's it.
So religion gives them the room to feel they can cut corners. And that is why we always remain in bondage. Because every successful story has a process, and the process is not always beautiful. It is the end of the road that you can see the light. You cannot see the light at the beginning of the tunnel. You see it at the end of the tunnel. Mazi, I want to say thank you very much for
Thank you very much, Mazi Patrick. You are one of us. I have a callers waiting. Even calls are coming right from both signal. Let me caller on WhatsApp. You have been there 20 minutes. Welcome to the program and thank you for holding on. Go on, please. Caller on WhatsApp. Is it WhatsApp or signal? Let me see. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Caller on WhatsApp, are you there? Please go on. My goodness me. Caller, you have waited so long. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp, are you there? Please go on. There will. Please go on. Go on. Wapu also.
Mazi, what I want to say this evening is we people have hit the point. In fact, this religion of Satan has destroyed a lot of people. It has destroyed also a lot of our people. There are a lot of things to do. You know, there are some things that we need to remember. During Jonathan administration, Jonathan he called a meeting, he invited all the religious leaders and told them that they should project the image that, first of all, he told them that they control the majority, meaning the number of people. That is the number of the so-called citizens. Now that any way they project the image of the country to those people, that is how they're going to believe or act. Now, for this man to invite this type of people and be telling them that they should control their members or the majority, it means that he has told them that they should tell them that even if a leader is doing bad thing, even if he did not build the road, even if he did not even fix the hospital and you die of an accident or cancer or whatever, pray for him. That is where they will bring the mindset of telling their members that pray for your leader, even if he's doing bad, even if he's a criminal, even if he's a killer, even if he's in fact embezzling money, government wealth, even if he's taking all the resources that are supposed to use to develop a country, pray for him or her. So to tell you that this, in fact, what we are talking about is psychological warfare. This thing is the problem of Africa is religion, not any other thing. It is religion, because these people use religion to enslave people so much that when you are trying to tell them what they're supposed to do, they will see it as if you are trying to deprive them a lot, or I don't know, they will see you as a bad person. These people they cage Africans so much with this religion of a thing. Now, if you are discussing somebody with even your so-called friend now, when immediately you go to the aspect of religion, you will see them, they will scatter and run away, and in fact, they will see you as evil. To tell you how they have destroyed people in Africa so much with this religion of a thing. Mazi, we need to continue hitting harder on this to see if you can liberate our people, because the harm and the damage is so much. So I don't need to talk much. I want to thank you people so much for what you are doing. May God bless you all.
There were, and you too. There were. We must continue. That is it. We must continue. I agree to what our brother said. They use religion to tie us in the zoo, so that the politicians will have express road, open road to do whatever they want. You don't blame them. They tell you, you go to your church, they say blame devil. On next Saturday we talk about even devil. The concept, the devil concepts. You know, so the politicians go scot-free. The government is free. They are free to thief, to steal. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on direct line. Let me see. Caller on direct line. I think is gone. Is gone. Caller on. Let me see again, please. Caller on direct line. Are you there? Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Please go on. Mazi, Welito Lugi, please. Welito Lugi, speak lively. No, the line is gone. I don't know. Many calls are coming. Whether it's being filtered, I don't know. Caller on a signal. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Mazi. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mazi. Good evening from here.
There were Mazi and Chris. Yes. There were.
Yes. Thank you very much. And I want to thank your co-host, Mazi Ekene. I did very well. What we are doing and what people are doing here in our people, that enlightenment is what we are doing here, and the people are doing it perfectly well. Because we have to educate our people in the issue of in every aspect of life. Because when you go to their religious or their Bible, everything relating to life was documented into the Bible. If you see a place you can act like a madman to get what you want, it's inside the Bible. If you see a place you can pray so God deliver you and make you successful, it is also in the Bible according to what. So everything concerning humanity was studied and put down inside the Bible. But the fact is that religion is a man creation. Bible also is a man's written book. But they did it to control humanity. That is exactly what they did. So one man was from the Italian man here, I was discussing with him. He said, you don't need to go to church. All you need to do what is documented in the only that the 10 commandments. Just keep yourself in that only that alone. You can be a good person. You will be a very kind person. You can be doing things. But you don't need to go to pray, oh Jesus, this and that and every day, or so sit and do this, it will be blessed. So keep what is written in the 10 Commandments, then you will see yourself progress. You see yourself being a good man, kindly. So what I might say here is that our people, the religion has eaten our people very, very deep. As you said, people enter bus. Before enter bus, they have to pray. But those people praying before they enter bus, most of them are in Europe here. They travel from Naples here to Milan. All they just to do is go and enter inside train. He cannot even remember to pray again. So he will go successfully and come back because there's no fear. So now let me give you an example of what Mazi said. It happens to me. In 1999, when I was traveling from Nigeria, from Biafra land to Lagos to Ghana and all this way, there's a bus I used to take early morning from Onitsha then. It's called GUO, we call it Good Morning in Onitsha, Good Morning in Lagos. So this bus, every morning we take this bus, there's a group of people that came inside. Warriors for prayers. Some will come and pray, some will sell food, some will sell a lot of things. So it becomes a business to these people. You know what they do? This man came, one man came, he will sell food early morning, that early morning, so because the bus will not stop until 11 o'clock, 12 to Lagos. So then he will say after he sell food, and that person will come and they start clapping hand for over 20 to 30 minutes. Singing all gospel music and a lot of things. By the time they sing this music, even if you are not even interested, you become interested because the music will carry you along. According to what Mazi and Patrick said, it will carry you along. Now, after this man will preach. After he has preached finished, he now says some cassettes, dub cassette, audio messages of the cassettes preaching. The first day this man came, he saw this cassette for 1,000. I bought it in order to patronize the guy and also to even listen to the gospels and other things. As the people rush the cassette inside the bus, the bus always carry about 50-something passengers, and I think almost everybody bought the cassette. And this guy make a lot of money, 50-something thousand money without less 2 hours. The next 2 weeks, I met this guy again, or 1 week. 1 week, I'm traveling back here. I met this guy. He came back and repeat the same thing. And he claimed that he's a lecturer in the University of Soka. God calls him. Now he begin to sell the cassette again. You know how much is the one he want to sell the cassette? 2,000 naira then. 1990. I'm talking about 1990. And immediately he said 2,000 naira. He back it up with something. He said, don't worry about the price. God will bless you. That somebody played this cassette in main market and bought Jeep. Honestly, I couldn't waste a second. I heard that guy. I said, no, this is lie. Somebody cannot play this cassette and buy Jeep. Or definitely have something doing before buying the Jeep. How can somebody that has nothing to doing will pray? And after he has prayed finished, he bought Jeep. So what source do you get that money to buy that Jeep?
Mazi, I want to come in here. Do you know where our people lack common sense? Do you know where? This person, he is soliciting, doing something to collect your own physical money. Promising you that what is God that will bless you, miracle will come once you give him money to get his thing. Now, the question common sense you ask is, if God can bless like this, why not this man have the cassette maybe 1,000 pieces? He would have stayed in his house and invoke God. God will send money and bless him and start riding a private jet. That is the thing. But common sense is not applicable.
The question I asked myself, if God blesses somebody in that way, then you know what you mean. This cassette, you will not sell it. What you do is to dash it people free. And that God that made that people to play this cassette and become rich will bless you abundantly because you give it to people. But you are collecting money from us here, 2,000 naira. And they're telling me that after I play this, then he says it's not like that whatever you do, God will bless you because you have listened to the people. I said, no, that is not. People, you know, our people, very gullible. Some people rise up to challenge me and say, this is the devil, this man is, he doesn't like it. They come against me, and I was able to defend myself as much as I can. So this superstitious belief is what is killing our people. That's what makes our believe that somebody kill a son or a daughter and put it inside the wardrobe, inside his room. Anytime he calls his name, he vomit money. Then the Nigerian money any money has a extra bank number. So those money they vomit, does it have vomiting that money with the central? It corresponds with the central bank number. That you take it to bank will organize it with the central bank number. Is that what they are trying to tell us? That is superstitious belief that our people, it makes some people have fear not to look into what they look into. Look what you say about the sea. Mazi cannot talk about the sea. You put all these things so that they will use sea to make you become afraid. They come to Africa and go inside sea, begin to fish. The fish they sell in Europe here, 70% of them are killed in the sea in Africa. In all this Mediterranean across Senegal. That's the area they kill it because in that area our people doesn't fish much. We fish in the river, but the Europeans doesn't like to fish in the river because most of their wastewater or some chemical were directed into the stream and maybe to the river. It goes to the river before it goes to the sea. So what they do is they like to eat fish. We've been fish inside sea, not in the river, not in the stream. They don't like it. But in Africa, we fish in the stream or in the river. So now nobody go inside the sea to fish in Africa. So there is abundance of fish in Africa between Senegal, Argentina, and some other part of Africa where the sea cross. So this is the area they go and fish. And they know what the worst thing they do. When they fish in Africa, they write it to fish in Argentina or fish in Europe. So they've never mentioned Africa. Some of them under the ship, underground, they have cooler there where they fridge all the fish. They're under the packaging it and they're writing it made in Italy or made in Argentina. So these are the things they deprive us to know so that you will not know. So making sure our people begin to reason, use their common sense to reason, will make us to find out things we believe that is spiritual, but why all those things are normal. For instance, let me give you one example before I close up because I don't want to waste your time much. During our time, you know what is called the Igbo Ogum or Igbo Odogu from our Olo sectarian zone. During our time, about 1980 something, do you know that some people climb palm tree, we use your leg to press the palm leaf down, press it, it will fall or bend. Now we do this during our time. We dance what they call Odogu then. So just like a music from Pericoma, that sound. Now we dance this music and this that we move around during Christmas to celebrate. So our people climb tree to press this palm leaf and they bend. And maybe the person will come down from the leaf and they just to celebrate. And the another thing we do, we use basket to put water or palm wine. We put it inside basket. And when we do this, people think that we have charm. There's no single charm in it. No single charm. It is a technical work we do with the basket. And there were people who believe that there's a charm. Then we went to Awi Demiri and where we are dancing. One of our brother who climbed on top of this tree to press down the palm tree leaf. A rat just came out from that place. A rat, small rat. What they say, okay. He now pick it and just break a leg, fall in 4 legs, break it and throw it. They fall in center of where people are watching the dance. everybody clear. So these people, they are bobo one job, they are not one shit. They run away. Everybody run away. They sit there, and they by then we have our basket, put it in water inside. And no, this is the palm wine. If you like, you go and take your palm wine, but there's no piece of charm inside. It's natural. Now where the people are watching the basket now, this guy throw this glass. We are from me around that from does okay. I'm Shiroko. Not the Donna, but also Dana Majiji. The whole boy of Allah and the Abu one and I hate the pin. That is superstition belief. Nobody care to know how could this happen? How could it happen? And that's what people are doing here to bring our people in out of reasoning instead of partition. Thank you, and God bless you, Mazi.
There were Mazi. We must continue. Caller on direct line, Mazi. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. There were Mazi. Go on. Mazi, yeah. Go on, please. Go on.
Thank you so much, sir.
There were.
Yeah. Because the name Uncle Kegeliano, I took my hair for many millennium now. I've not been on air because of one or two reasons, but that's by the way. I want to solemnly, in the voice of solidarity, to stand and say God will bless every one of you doing this perfect for us to have a focus about what life is all about. But at this juncture, I want you to help me, or should I say him, personally, because I'm going to throw this question to him. I have so many questions, but now I will take on one. If you can help me, give me a simple definition about the similarity between culture and religion. Can you help me before I ask my question, please?
Mazi Ekene.
Yeah, sir.
Yes.
Yes, Mazi.
Yes, Mazi Ekene. Do you hear what he said?
I didn't hear him very well, Mazi.
He talked about.
Sorry, comrade, can you repeat?
He talked about the difference between culture and religion. Culture and religion.
Okay. Yeah. Mazi, that's a good question. Before I answer that, let me read something briefly, and then that will even explain it better. Because the last caller was talking about how the colonizers came and told us that our waters, our rivers are evil. Everything indigenous to us was condemned. And then as we walk away from them, these were exploited. This benefited those that colonized us. Those things condemned, whether they are in practice or whether they are physical resource things of the land, whether they are mineral resources and things that we can get from sea, like fish and other things. They were exploited to the economic advantage of Britain, France, and all the colonizers. Let me read this, because if you go to the British government, if you go to UK, you see a lot of museums. If you go to France, you see a lot of museums. These museums are holding cultural artifacts, indigenous artifacts. We have from places, especially African countries. From all over the continent of Africa, they exploited all these things. All these things, we run away from them because they are evil. You go to their museum. We are paying to go and visit their museum. What do you see there? Artifacts, stolen. These are stolen artifacts from places they colonized. The Caribbean, everywhere they colonized, they stole this. And now people are paying to visit British museums. Is artifacts, called artifacts, which is an expression, artistic expression of culture. Because the question is about culture. Now listen, you could look it up. How much does British museum or the museums in Britain, how much they make in revenue? Now listen. the museum, the annual turnover of Britain's major museums and galleries exceeds 900 million euros, and the economic benefits of the UK's major museums and galleries are estimated to be 1.5 billion per annum every year, taking into account obviously of turnover and visitors expenditure. But the key thing there is that the British major museums, so those museums that are holding yet those that brought religion to us stole them and took them away and mounted them strategically where they for strategic, economic importance. It's making money for them. They are now making 900 million euros. So Ikenga, and the other ones happening about that is what they are making. That's what is funding the people. Now, you ask me, what is the difference between culture and religion? The culture is who you are. The religion is what you make to accept. It's not who you are. You can perfectly exist and live as a cultural man that you are. But when the culture is destroyed, you hold on to religion. Because religion now gives you that, gives you a fake sense of identity. Because it's really not who you are. Culture is what you inherit. As indigenous person, you are born into your culture. How you eat, how you dress, things you should not do because you are cultural people. Na ba ye nwere ihe nwoke na-eme, enwere ọrụ nwaanyị na-arụ, enwere usoro esi eme ihe. Mmadụ bịa bịa gị wara ya ọjị, all these things are cultural. If I visit my neighbor here in Australia, ọ gaghị enye m ọjị because it's not part of their culture. But in our culture, orgy is central because it's not like I'm not giving you a snack. Orgy is not a snack, something to bite off. No, orgy has a very profound cultural meaning. As I already explained, the meaning is profound. It's about relationships. It's about affirming who we are. The way I shall know why is our tradition, but also it's our culture. That is why in you are not you're not at peace because they have now embraced cultures that are not the culture of their parents, and you can't control them. Here, anything goes. But we are indigenous people. We are cultural people, meaning that we recognize that and I be the holy. Therefore, us we are holy. Therefore, all because I'm not the holy case in way these ones are discretion. They are you are defying the land if you do this. That is abomination. All these concepts, every indigenous people. Okay. All right. I'll stop there, but that's culture.
Yes. Can you hear? Because I don't want to keep you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Since it's on line, I'll just say, Mazi, I've explained to you what is culture. So when I walk into your house, I should see those things we pay now to go to UK and France and every place to see. And those things that are giving them billion, they are our things. They were taken from us because we are meant to believe they are every. And then in return, we are given a religion that we don't know how it was made. We have no contribution about the content of religion. We just consume, we take, and it doesn't help us. But if we are rooted in our culture, our development would have continued. Our civilization would not have been interrupted because it has roots. It will be guided by ideologies that are consistent with our cultural values. That's the big difference. I'll stop there.
The woman say, "Oh, I've been trying to bring him in, but because I don't know, calling and cutting. Let me see. Mazi can you hear me? Okay, please go on quick. Go on quickly. Go on quickly.
Let me be vivid. Okay, so what I want to ask is this, Uncle, I thank you for being on the program. See, you somehow made me to think, or should I just be straightforward to you, that you have preached or professed blasphemy against the Spirit of God. Honestly, when you said that the achicha, the bread when they eat in the altar for communion, it still remains the same thing after you must have taken it to the laboratory and all that. I think that's a blasphemy, because I realized that Jesus Christ, when he was on earth, before he leave us, though he promised us to give us the Holy Ghost, and he did some good miracles by fasting and praying, turning water into wine, doing a lot of things. So how can you say that this is just normal thing? It's because we have fleshly eye. We don't see the things of the Spirit. So I think we need to, give it attention to say it a more proper, on a proper way, than saying that communion, the bread we eat during the communion, is some sort of, the same thing it was. Because I believe that it has a spiritual power to impregnate a woman that is not, fruitful, to give wisdom to those who want to write, wife and all that. You see, living with me, I can tell you that these things work. So I don't know why you will say that Holy Communion remains what it is, like the bread particularly. So another thing, before you go into answering that, another thing is this: if religion is man-made, what should we attach to it when, in parentheses, when I talk about the Western world education? Is it also man-made? Because with Western world education, they have been doing much exploit to make us feel at home and feel in heaven too, So I want you to look into those two things and let me understand how I can believe that Christianity is not really a religion made by God, because I think God is working through Christianity more than any other religion. Thank you so much. I love you all. Bye for now.
There were Mazi, I think we put down because there are people waiting. I know our brother is always a satire. He's satirical always. I know him. So he want to ask questions that not for him, but for people that are listening. I know him. So I think let us keep all these things until the closing remarks. We use all these things to close the remarks in our program, please. Mazi, can you please?
All right, Mazi.
Yeah. You only note them down. Callers on. Let me see who was here first. Caller on WhatsApp. You have been here since 26 minutes. 26 minutes. Caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi, Jonathan Chinedu, I can hear you loud and clear.
There we go. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, Mazi. I greet you, Mazi Ekene. I remain Mazi Mile Malugo, calling from United Arab Emirates. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, this era of awakening, I thank God for bringing this our media, Radio University of Radio Biafra, because this media have waked many of our people up from this European slavery called Christianity. Our Igbo adage is saying, Obolo na achowa meku ajuwese ifejili ya welie. Obolo na achowa meku ajuwese ifejili ya welie. First and foremost, we will look into the foundation of this religion, this Western religion. What is the aim of those who bring it? That is the question. What is the aim of those that bring this religion? You know, you once upon the time tell all the story about the Congolese that discover a letter put inside this slave book called Bible about what Europeans have, the aim of European bringing us this religion. This Congolese man discovered that very letter and they read everything inside it about what Europeans have in mind bringing this religion. That's the question. Understand? Before you get into something, you go to the root. We are not 15 minutes people. We are IPOB are not 15 minutes people. We keep every record of history that we hear in this University of Radio Biafra. That's the thing. So what we are saying in essence that Europeans bring this abomination religion to slave our people mentally. And then you know the worst slavery that you can slave every human being on earth is mental slavery. That is why our people are moving in superstitious belief today. Understand? That is why our people are moving in superstitious belief today. Our people refuse to believe in reality of life. Look at the accident that happened today in one river. A man came out. By luckily he survived. He started thanking Jesus that the demon in this river will never soak his blood. And that man may be engineer or professor. So you can see what damage that this religion has bring into the brain.
Mazi, can I come in here? Mazi, let me say something.
You can come in. You can come in.
When remember, we are talking about superstition. You understand me? Every religion, as I said, I've said it, both traditional and foreign because when we talk about foreign, you talk about Islam, you talk about Christianity, it is foreign. They are foreign. But in their own land, in Europe, Christianity is not foreign. It is now indigenous. In the Middle East, it's foreign to our land. Now, every religion has superstition. Both even our Omenala. But what matters, there is no aspect of religion that doesn't have superstition anyway. But if we can use our own spirituality and go to the the superstition that is allowed in it, it is indigenous to us. That is what we always say here. It is not about, we are not attacking one particular religion, but we are attacking the evil.
Can I say something?
Wait, I'm coming. Hold on, I'm coming. Because I don't want to be antagonistic, complete antagonistic. We need to always also mind our tongue. Please, you in particular, please. This is radio being listened to by both Christians, Muslims, Hindu, all. So to avoid misunderstanding, so that when you are directing or trying to describe one situation, you use a civilized word. Stop using some words that are not allowed, please. But particularly you, please. Here we are making civilized argument. We are not trying to pursue people. We are trying to convince people. So that is the point of correction I am giving to you. Please go on.
Okay, thank you very much. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, you say something about our tradition have a superstitious belief. I don't think so, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. It's all this scam and fake native doctor that make our tradition to look that like we have a superstitions. It's not like this in time immemorial. Understand? It's not like this. And this fake native doctor that is our land today is looking up to all these religious, this white man religious pattern.
Mazi, that your answer, I don't agree. It depends on what you understand by superstition. Okay. You understand? There are superstitions that can organize people. Do you know the reason why we are, we are going as if we are trying to question the foreign religion brought to us? Let me tell you one thing. Because it is being used to divide us. Instead of bringing harmony. Now that he divided us into pieces. That is the reason why we're even talking about it. Had it been that we even take it, it becomes one, just like as Islam. Islam is not of Fulani origin, but they use it to unify themselves. You understand me? Let me tell you, for people to understand, because I always refer to history. The Fulanis, they accepted Islam mostly in the 9th century. And there are the people they call the Torube clan of Fulani. The Torube. Go and research about them. They are the people that harmonized this Islam in their own ethnicity, in their own tribe. And do you think that they fought civil war among themselves? They slaughtered themselves in order to make it one. You understand? There will never be peace without war. We forgot history. That is the reason why we think that everything will come through a platter of gold. The Torube tribe, and this Torube tribe now, the Fulani in Nigeria, they are mostly of Torube descendants. Ottoman Danfodio is one of them. These are the heavy radical. They killed their own people. The Fulani, they call them the Torube clan, the Torube. They are is a clan in Fulani, clans, like we have clan in Igbo. You understand? They are the people that took over, they slaughtered their own people in order to harmonize, to convert them to the type of Islam that is harmony. One, the Sunni Wahhabi Islam. And they are the people, the type of Fulani that are mostly in Nigeria today. The Torube clan. These are people that are fundamentalists. So, had it been that, even at the early time, we now, maybe the whole Biafra land become, for example, Catholic. Let me say, Catholic. And, we unify. We even inculcate some of our traditional ways of doing things, worship, into that, because it happen. There are things like this in some other countries. They introduce it. Now, no more, this one is Assemblies of God. We reject others. But this thing cannot come in peace. Let me tell you, if you are hearing my voice, all this harmony, peace can never come without war. It is impossible. We can never have our cake and have it. So when you say that our tradition does not have it, don't think that superstition is only going to Kite. Believe it. No, it is not only that. Even we believing that Oji, have power. In order, it's a superstition, but it's a positive one because it is local. It is found in something that is local in our land. It is not introduced to us by the Europeans or by the Arabs or by which other people. No. It is something we grew up and we saw it. We saw the advantage that it makes us harmonize with our own people without divisions. That is, so don't think that superstition is only when you believe that when you commit, ritual, now you get money. That is not only superstition. Or when pastor tell you sow seed, now you sow seed and have miracle. No, there are many other superstitions. But the Shinto religion in Japan today, they have shrines in their land. What do? Because they go there, they pray, they use incense, burn incense, and believe that one thing or the other will give them good luck. It is their own thing. It harmonizes them. If they practice it, it is an old thing that has been practiced for as long as there are, their ancestors. It is not foreign. Because once the foreign is allowed to come, it comes to the detriment of it starts condemning and demonizing our own thing. That is what we are fighting against. Mazi, continue, please, and round up. Continue.
Okay, Mazi, I will round up. I will round up. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, do you believe that? Do you believe that? Do you know Mazi Jonathan Chinedu? This religion make our people to see the scientists that build aeroplane, that build ship, that build many technology that are helping us today. They see them as evil people, as the people of the world. Do you know that our people believe that the Illuminati people that are discovering many things today, they saw them as an evil? What development have this white man religion bring into Africa? Rather discrimination and division. What? Me know Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, I don't rob West. I Mili Malugo don't rob. Make us to know the reality. And that is what makes us strong today. I don't fear to say the truth to anybody because it's the hard voice and the truth, the raw truth that will wake Black Africa up.
Yeah,
Black Africa don't like when you are telling them the truth in a soft way. That is what I believe. Thank you, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu.
Thank you. What we should understand is development cannot come without organization. That is one thing. Advancement, moving forward, it cannot come without organization. Had it been, there is nothing like IPOB body, structured body, we wouldn't be here making progress. It is impossible. That is why fundamentally Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started by organizing a family, worldwide family. So why is this source? Ndikwe and harmony brings division. That is the worst thing that has happened to us as a people. Had it been there is one, just let's say Christianity, okay, no denomination, all is the same thing. Now all of us enter into it. Now we inculcate our way of life to it, the same way the Fulani did to Islam. There is no discrimination. We can be organized as a people in order to move as a bunch. But when you say this, the others we check which Onyanekuiha is from what? As now from choosing us, choosing people. They are from the kingdom of this world. Assemblies of God we look and say, but this unbeliever, where is he? I say Catholic, he's worshiping Virgin Mary. Catholic we look and say, is we the father of Christianity now? So all these white garment churches, they are using like I think Ibiyomi, Pastor Ibiyomi Adebayo, the way he castigated the celestial white garment churches openly. Do you see? And it become a fight. But they are under umbrella of one religion. What type of confusion is that? What type of confusion we are experiencing? It's annoying, honestly. If we can go on one place, one thing, and say, okay, it will be unity. We will be harmonized and unified. There will be no problem about it. Caller on direct line. Mazi, welcome to the program. Caller on direct line. Please go on. Please, Boppy also. Few minutes. I have somebody that I've been... No. Caller on signal. You'll be the last caller. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Mazi.
Good evening from here. I'm calling from Austria and I serve the indigenous people of Biafra as Austrian National PRO. So, Jonathan, this evening you always provoke our spirit with our brother, Mazi, who always come together with you to teach us things that we're supposed to know. And this is why I used to beg my friends whenever we engage in some period argument, I said, please, when you go to Radio Biafra, remove emotion and sentiment. If you remove these two, there's nothing you hear in Radio Biafra that will make you to get angry. It doesn't matter even if you go to Jehovah's Witness or you go to Catholic. It doesn't matter which church you go. If you go there with open mind, you will learn something that none of these people have told you before. Mazi, these people have changed our brain, and many of our people, they are in this stage for 50 years, 60 years. Some of us that are even getting it at the age of childhood till the age we have today. Mazi, this is what we are preaching here in Radio Biafra is something that it will take. You must keep on hammering it. You know, when you be talking sometimes, you say, I know how frustrating it can be. Teaching older people that are even with 50 years old with this type of mindset, trying to reset what they have impacted in their brain for years. I know it's like money you can open a rock. But those of us who have opened our minds to listen to this Radio Biafra without sentiment and emotion, we understood exactly what we are saying here. The truth is that there was a because if player we name money, the white man will not give it to you. I don't hear. We know, even if they are taught of a thing, they are importing Reverend Fathers from home. They are the one now who are even working now in their churches. Their generation don't even want to become Reverend Father anymore. Because the people have seen the truth. They have been born in a place nearby. If you finish school, you get a job. If you right from the day you were born, government is supporting you and your family until the age of 18. Some of them have been born and died without seeing one day electricity blinking one eye. 24 hours electricity is here. Nice road, you can drive any type of car without having any accident. Rules and regulations how you drive cars so that you don't get accidents. When you drive more than what you're supposed to drive on the way, the police will stop you and you get a stop. So that when you pay that money next time, you lower your speed. Anything that will destroy their people, they make sure they fix these things so that their people can be safe. Come to the zoo, Nigeria. Everywhere, jaga. This is why the politicians are very happy when they see how these men are brainwashing people, telling them that going to church from Monday to Saturday is the only option. You can be able to meet God, or you can be able to be exceptional and all that. And the people are believing this thing because a graduate in Nigeria cannot get a job. He will not be a driver. Professors in Nigeria, the one these people brought to us is to destroy our life. In a family, one is going to Catholic, the other one going to them because of what the one pastor has told them. Where this thing started. Yes, I go to church, but I told him, my brother, you do because of what they read in the Bible. These people pendancies that they used to put us in church. And if you ask questions for tendencies, you see somebody who asks you, who are you to question God? God is my father. If I have anything that I don't understand, I have right to ask him, my father. He can't offer me of my nobody here is not much. And somebody who told me that if they slap me this side, I should turn the other side for the same person to wire me again for second time. And ask me to ask this question, I will go to hellfire. Here.
There were Mazi. There were.
These people have deceived us, and we must keep on saying what we are saying until we understood that We will regulate all these things.
There were. Caller on WhatsApp. You are the last caller. I pick you. Please, you have 2 minutes. 2 minutes, please. Caller on WhatsApp.
Okay, Mazi, Chinedu, Jonathan, Abaleoma, I greet you from here, sir.
There were.
Please, I just want to add little something from what you and our second brother there you are discussing concerning superstition and my side of this angle I'm coming from is this. You know, like you made a comment the other time. You said something, and at the ending of it, you try to use the language local, as in when you are trying to explain things that our people should cherish, our heritage. You know, like somebody asks, what is the difference of local religion and the tradition? Tradition, our brother was trying to explain it, but it's like it's our heritage, our cultural heritage. And now, when our people now we try to embrace our native language, our native food, our native clothing, wears, and other native things that we have, we inherit from our ancestors. So now, why is it now a problem? Or that we understand the way we will try to analyze it in our brain. When you hear local to some of our people, it sounds as if it's something that has no value, something that should never even be looked at twice or whatever. You understand? So referring our native products as local. Echen no de chama ka nwana so yi ndo nwana so yi wogo ka oyibo adira dai malon ka nde unu nwana asụta ka unu na-agbalị na correct to this particular side ka our people na matter the difference between our native
demonizing our locality, you know, is very absurd. Mazi, can you please just we will.
Thank you for the last word. That's the full response provided to the last caller. Locality is the same as indigenousness. It's who you are. So when you come to Google what he wrote.
Whip not child, is it?
Deconstructing the mind, decolonizing the mind, the politics of language, decolonizing the mind, the politics of language. He focused on the whole thing about decolonization starts with the mind, because the mind is where everything was. And when you talk about decolonizing the mind, of course, language pops up, because we are dealing in a language that is not us. We haven't even mastered the language of the colonizer. How can we undo what colonizer have done? You see, it's problematic, and that book is quite very important and very relevant to the topic of discussion. But now, let me go to somebody that asked a very important theological question. You see, when I started talking about making reference to communion, Holy Communion, going around the Eucharistic theology, of Catholic churches, especially that of Christian theology of Eucharist. It was when we were talking about superstition, and I said that when I talk about how the object of faith, or rather the symbolisms, the sacraments, you can say sacrament, which is a sign, something that is referring you to something, pointing towards something other than them. The purpose of symbols are to symbolize meaning. Object images, whether they are holy water, whether they are crucifix, picture of Virgin Mary, picture of this saint, their purpose, they're serving a purpose. That purpose transcends them. They are pointing you to something other than them. In Anyamoto can see map, signpost, Kanaga Oka, Kanaga Onecha, Kanaga Enugu. They are pointing you to the direction to get to Enugu. But they are not Enugu. what happens in religion is, due to superstition, so due to people being extremely superstitious, extremely, is the attempt to collapse reality or collapse these symbols into reality of what they represent. So making these symbols, instead of representing Enugu, they become Enugu themselves. Instead of crucifix, reminding you that somebody died on the crucifix, you have collapsed this symbolism of that crucifix into the person that died. So people hold on to cross like that's God. This is God. It's but it should be this cross reminding you about what you believe about, Jesus, right? So that's what I'm saying. And every theologian will understand what I'm saying. They may not necessarily agree with my position on this. But if I ask you now, what is the difference? What do you think is different between Catholic and other denominations? In fact, all the other denominations. You see, we all belong to these denominations, but we don't understand the content of their theological content, or the theological foundations of their doctrines. These denominations have different doctrines. That's why they're not one. That's why Catholic Church is not just, it's the biggest, yeah, but it's not the only church. Some people would hate you to hear that you're Catholic. I've said here that when we were growing up, Anglicans and us, we were kids. But we hated each other. And we didn't understand why. But why did I hate them? We don't understand. We fight going to school. We fight coming back from churches. See? We fight at home. Because why? We embrace all these things without understanding the conceptual foundation, the theology behind what they believe. Whatever they believe, we don't understand the theology, and we don't care. And then we practice whatever. We've been driven into believing certain things and acting in certain ways, and we have no contribution. Africans have no cultural contribution to the content of faith, to the theology of Catholic Church, of Anglican, of Lutheran churches. None. We have no original contribution that stems from African culture. No. What we have are Africans consuming. We are ideological consumerists. We consume. Tell us what God said we should do. We do it. Bible, this chapter said, we do it. The Pope has said now, you can marry, what are you saying about we do it. Oh, just one man and one wife. Oh, we do it. Succession doesn't do it. But now you can marry more than that. You see, we are always consuming. We are not being, but we are not bringing something to the table. We are fighting to grab something that has fallen, on the floor, from the table, off the table of those that own you. Now, right to the question, I talked about Holy Communion. Now, and I also asked you a question: what is the difference between Lutheran churches and the Catholic Church? How did the Lutheran Church emerge? It came to Martin Luther, not Martin Luther, King of the U.S. Martin Luther, a German priest, was a Catholic priest, but he disagrees on theological matters, especially, but primarily about the Eucharist. You see, I mentioned Thomas Aquinas that had existed centuries before. Martin Luther disagrees with the idea that this achicha and manya are no longer achicha and manya. A theological concept that came from Aquinas is called transubstantiation. Transubstantiation means that there are two substances. The substance of bread, substance of bread, yeah, we hear bread. Now, substance of wine, yeah, we hear wine, what differentiates them is substantial. So the substance. Now, this man called Aquinas is a great theologian, and he said that after a priest has prayed, so after consecration, after a priest at Mass has prayed over this, they lose the substance. The substances of bread and wine will disappear. What you have is substance of body and blood. So real flesh and blood of Jesus. So there is a substantial change. That's why it's called transubstantiation. The substances will switch. It's no longer the substance of bread. Yeah, we hear many of you what I know say at all. Ihe mere o ji wụrụ mmanya ọ nọghịzikwa ebe ahụ atọ ihe ọzọ kịta ha ọbara. And during this time, scientific evolution hasn't really gotten away. Remember, what we know much today in the medical field came after scientific revolution. And at this point, we haven't got there. We are still in dark ages. We are talking about 13th century, dark ages, the height of medieval theological development. It's all about, this is the thinking that was there. It was from here, this kind of thinking developed. A transubstantiation. That's what Catholics believe. Luther broke away from Catholic Church and they founded Lutheran churches in 1517. So in 16th century, Lutheran churches were founded by an ex-Catholic priest, German priest, Martin Luther. He was excommunicated. Why? Because he challenged the doctrine. It's not just doctrine, this is dogma. Dogma means a defined content of faith. You can't challenge it. If you disagree, you'll be excommunicated. So when Martin Luther, a Catholic priest, disagreed, he was excommunicated from the Catholic Church. He died in excommunication. Before then, he would have been burnt at stake because he's heretic. The caller that brought up this question actually has accused me of blasphemous, being blasphemous, or saying that this is blasphemy. And I totally agree with him. It's blasphemous, it's heretic. But that age he had gone. He only feeling that because he doesn't understand this whole conceptual development and this whole thing about his faith. And so he's asking, or a lot of people don't understand it, they just believe anything. Now, when Lutherans separated from Catholic Church, their Eucharistic theology, they call their own. They still practices communion, breaking of bread and wine, but instead of using the Thomistic theology of transubstantiation that Catholic Church has incorporated into their dogma, dogmatic doctrine, they adopted what is called consubstantiation. Consubstantiation means that two substances are involved, not just, they say after consecration, the substance, ihe mere bread or kajiri wuru bread, kadikwa ebe aha, ọ dị efu, ihe mere mmanya o ji wuru mmanya kadikwa ebe aha. But a new substance has been introduced, the substance of Christ in his body and flesh. That made a little bit sense, but the Catholic Church, this is the breaking point between these two. They cannot agree on this. Now, consubstantiation is holding the fact that achicha na mmanya na lab, the substance will still, the lab will dictate that it is achicha and the mmanya. Then science hasn't evolved then, as I said. Today, a lot of Catholics don't even believe in transubstantiation. They say, what is that? They laugh at you. Because if you walk into lab with your beautiful, holy communion, what are you going to find in the lab is achicha. It's a bread, it's a living bread. The wine will still remain a wine. And today, science can tell you what state it was made. What are the contents of the elements of the chemicals that are involved in that wine, right? You go to research, it doesn't show it's human blood, Also, the idea of saying this is blood, body and blood of Christ means that you believe in human cannibalism. It's eating of blood and flesh. And also, it does have even more complex theological challenge. Because it then means that Catholics and the Christians are the only people that eat their God. No other religion. Indians believes that God resides in animals and all. That's why they don't eat that animal, those animals. You see, Hinduism. But in Catholic Church, so if you take it, really stretch it, that's what it means. Because you are saying this
Mazi is not only Catholic. He's not only Catholic.
Oh, you are God. You see. Sorry, Mazi.
I say it's not only Catholic that indulges in Holy Communion, Pentecostals or
No,
every
it's
other
not.
church.
It's not.
Yeah, it's all of them.
Mazi, what I wanted to highlight to people is not that Holy Communion is bad. The importance, why Holy Communion was important is that it brings people together. That's why it's called communion, Holy Communion. But people from evolving from the point of, this is a symbol of our communion, right? When we gather, we break bread and wine. And Jesus said, do it in my memory, right? Do it in my remembrance. Whenever you gather and break this to show love for one another and remember, do it in my honor, in my remembrance, right? That's what the Bible says. He didn't say when you break this, this is now God. In fact, people kneel down and they're worshiping, whether it's in Anglican, any part, holding that, you're worshiping there. That's also idolatry, and that's also superstitious. Because some people will receive communion and they have a piece in their mouth and take it home and hide it in cupboards so that their house will be protected and all that. Now, somebody could say, oh, it was for me, oh, it was for them, respect them. Look, I say this respectfully, I respect whatever you believe. And when Biafra comes, you will still have we're not attacking your church, we're attacking the irrational aspect of what you believe, especially that part that is making us not progress, that is hindering your intellectual ability to evolve and develop your place. All right? So you come in, it's better you don't approach this with sentimentalism. Oh, I'm not talking about my religion. I'm not interested. You can believe whatever you believe. But I was giving you an example of superstition and of idolatry, when the symbols, which are everywhere. Color, for instance, breaking of color, that's so much symbolism in breaking of color. It brings us together, right? The emphasis is in the harmony between us and, one another, me and my visitor, my family, and the entire creation, right? Even the past generation and the generation to come, as I explained. But that color itself, it remains color. The function is to symbolize communion between one another, harmony, peaceful coexistence. That's what it symbolizes. But if that color becomes God, then there is a problem, because that is idolatry. When that symbolism is collapsed into reality that it symbolizes, then you have this substance, you have cases of idolatry. That is why even in traditional spirituality, there are still even superstition everywhere. So call them out. When we are growing up, they say if you're walking and something, you stumble your leg on a piece of rock or stone, that is a sign that if it's a right leg, it means, oh my God, you're right. If it's a left one, it means, oh man, you might go back because it's an accident. This is superstition. This is not objectively, rationally verifiable. It's a superstition. So do not take this too personal, like, oh, you're attacking my church, no, that's actually the problem. Because you switched off the aspect of our mind that question things and reason, analyze things to understand. And we run into that mood of defense. Oh, that's my church. Why not talk about Anglican? No, why not talk about Buddhism? Why not talk about Muslim? Well, they are not. We are not being caged by ideological manipulation that have come as a result of us practicing this church, this type of religion. We don't have those religions, keeping us underdeveloped forever. So we have to talk and often quote Christianity, because that's the one everybody, one of us practice, some of us studied this, some of us have even taught this. All right. So if you come to the Western society today and you tell them, oh, but you're receiving Jesus and his blood, and they will laugh at you because you're stupid. I used to have a friend of mine here. He trained here. He told me last week he was preaching at the church. And after his preach, because after preaching here, people call you out and say, I disagree with this, I disagree with that. You can't say it anymore this day. People confront their priest and disagree. This my mate, he thought he had delivered a wonderful homily, and someone approached him. Oh, he just came from Nigeria, you know. He came with this Nigerian fundamentalism, that kind of raw, oh, you must give, God gives you back, and then if you do this, for God to bless you. Nobody here is, people know what they have to do to succeed. If they are hungry and they don't have money, they go to agencies to feed them, established by government. They have a way to get money from the government to stay afloat until they get job. They have agencies to get jobs, help them secure jobs. That is called modern society, superstitious life. Oh, that let's believe because God is gonna throw manna. And you know that God doesn't throw manna. But some of you still believe that manna falls from heaven. Manna does not fall from heaven. You read it, but show us where it has happened. It has never happened. You see, we must base our thinking on what is scientific, what is rational, what is logical. Only thinkings that are logical are empowering. Only thinkings and the thought processes that are rational, logical, that can bring about development and empowerment of a people. But when it is all, oh, but we are told this, I believe it or I believe it. No. You don't have to believe this to have a good relationship with God. Honestly, you don't. Italian churches don't believe this, but they are Christians, your fellow Christians. Are they going to go to hell because they don't believe this? In fact, the Pope still visits England. Anglican Church doesn't believe this. They have a different theological opinion. The problem with Africa is we have nothing original. We inherited a religion and the ideological components of that religion, what we call the doctrine of these churches, of doctrines of these religions, that we are not part of. And I also said that, gave an example of that, to explain to you the evolution of Christian thinking. The theology of Christian, the theology of Christian theology has evolved. It was, over the centuries, it's been woven together. This is a construct of the mind. Different individuals have made contributions. Have different thinkers over the year happen into philosophy to kind of develop a what you call system of belief. That's why today you say, what is this? Is Catholic? Oh, that is Anglican. This is Lutheran. This is this. This is that. But in the West today, they are no longer fighting. Ireland is no longer fighting with England, even though they still kind of hate each other. But when it comes to development, they network, they work together. It is because we are so superstitious that we don't question things. And that's why we are easily deceived. That's why politicians go to the church and campaign, and their pastor said, we must vote this person. You vote that person. You don't question the character of the person you're voting for, and tomorrow you expect a change. That's why when you put them in there, they make all promises. They make all these promises for you to get your vote. And then you give them your vote. Not that your vote alone counts, but at least it's a kind of evidence that somebody supported them. Yeah? Now you voted, then you trusted, then you go by what they said. They get in there, they tell you, the country is too bad, let us pray, let us do it. Any politician that starts with let us pray is a criminal. Because politics requires let us pray. Politics requires action. That's why I'm so sick with our people, that when we gather to discuss about what should we do about the development of our land, we start with a prayer. What are you praying for? Are you praying that God comes and tell you what to do? Or you told people during your campaign and in your manifesto that you are very, very, you understand the problem, the need of the people. So what are you asking people to pray for? That God will send money for revenue, that developments for which you've been elected, that development for which that office you're occupying was created, that development now requires God's intervention. Why not resign? Because the country I live in Australia here, I never there has never been any gathering where we start with prayer. I'm not saying it's bad, because prayer has its place, not to fix things, but again to build harmony. It's a symbol of human desire to be in harmony, in peace with one another, also in peace with God. So prayer is important, but its importance has been misplaced. We've thought that we have to pray so that God make us rich. We thought that we have to pray so that God would. And then you ask the person, you've been praying for how many years? You praying for husband has not come. So I kept praying. God will do it in his own time. Oh, well, it's God's will. Well, if it's God's will, why bother praying? Because God is so powerful, yeah, he will do it. But why bother praying anyway? So that is it, my brother. The question was very important, but it is not an attack on your faith. It is an attack on the irrationality that comes with religion. Okay? And understand it in such a way that we are driving towards something more important. Our development, our freedom. Every other thing is second. Who you believe, who you worship will come second. But now we have problem because that is first. We've put faith and the emotion in the front seat to drive us, and the reason has been relegated at the back. We want to turn things around. We are driven by reason, and the emotion and faith, which God I believe, whether there are too many gods or one or three or however that is, to be at the back, not at the driver's seat. That's all what I've been trying to contribute here. But thank you so much, Mazi. I'll hand it over to you.
There were Mazi Kene. There were. Thank you so much for being available to do the work. It's not easy. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, we have come to the end of the program. What I will just add, just little thing in few minutes. You know, why we are doing what we are doing. We need to discuss religion. You know the reason? In order to remove the problems that we shall have in future, to discuss it, to talk about it. Let me tell you, you know, America had their independence in 1776. That is called the American Revolution, a war of independence. Why is it revolution? Because they fought a war in order to do something in a different way from the normal old European system. Do you understand? The Australian independence, I think it's not called revolution. Is it? Mazi Kene, do you know? Is Australian independence called a revolution? No. Because
not really, not the term we use, but yeah.
They are still under the monarchy, aren't they?
Yes, they are still technically under the monarchy.
Yes, whether technically any world yes, because they are still going on the old European order, let me call it. But America severed from that order, from that old order of monarchy. That is the reason it was called a revolution. Removing from the status quo, starting something new. Now, what point am I trying to make? America fought a war of revolution, that is independence, in 1776. But do you know what? The main civil war, very brutal civil war between them came in almost 100 years or 90 years after. It broke out in 1861. Do you know the reason? Because they were able to compromise or have a compromise on ideology about equality. You know? About, you know, when I talk about equality, that is slavery. Because some believe that no, they should still own slave and even expand it to the West. to the western part of the United States, so that slavery should continue. But others, the pioneers of the revolution, said no. They fought the war of independence under the auspices that every human being is equal. Then why, after they got their independence, the forces contrary to that revolution, that tenets of revolution, continue bringing them down? Do you know the reason? Because there was nothing like enlightenment before. That is the opportunity we have today, before the revolution. Do you understand? So what am I trying to say? If we leave this discussion and say, no, when Biafra come, we will regulate it. How? Which people are going to regulate it? With which mentality? That time you will see the real problem. Because everybody will be dragging to his side. No, I'm Catholic. You should not make this type of law. No, I'm Assemblies of God. You know, that time the real problem will come, which can accumulate into civil war. I'm telling you. That is why it is good what we are doing, so that people will start voicing out. And some people will start, gathering reason, thinking and reasoning neutrally. So that commotion that will come in future, we avert it. Now, when a problem share this problem halved, when we discuss about all these issues, we expose it. It's no more a taboo. Therefore, it will not be a new thing already again. Our leader started it. So that is the essence of doing this. So that thing you think that it cannot be talked about, or religion, bring it out. We talk about it, but in a civilized manner. Because I'm against using any type of vulgar language against one particular religion or religious organization. Because this radio station is being listened to by different people of different mentalities. We go on superior argument, conviction. That is it. So we must continue. There is one news headline which just come out by Fani Kayode. He said, Ilambasa Biafra agitators that IPOB is not better than Boko Haram. I swap. This is a man, when I studied the history of this man's father, there I understand that blood doesn't lie. His father betrayed Awolowo. His father supported the caliphate. That is why Kayode say he is half Fulani. His father did the same thing. At the middle of the road, he abandoned the Awolowo and betrayed him, and joined Akintola in order to betray him. You understand? To join the Northerners. And the rest is history. Awolowo was sent into prison, charged with treason. Now, the father of Kayode did it. So, like father, like son, or like son, like father. That's it. So, I know that people that are managing him, his principal, they don't even trust him. So, when he talk against IPOB, this is the person that was shouting praises of IPOB. He said many unprintable words against APC, against the Fulani, against the Buhari government, against Buhari, led Buhari himself. But today, he is the person that, so his word doesn't carry weight. You understand? Everybody knows that he is. Obasanjo saying he is, just ask him how much, the highest bidder, go there. Give him money and he will start singing the praises of Lucifer. No, so that's it. He said because of the so-called sit at home that was put in place by Hope Uzodinma and co. That's it. Because that is their grand plan. In order to use this thing, just put it, bring all these people to come out and harass people on the road. Now we will do the remaining job. When they say another faction in IPOB, we have no faction. There is no faction in IPOB. They did it, tripod, this and that. That is what they want to achieve. Because they know, look at what they did in Labour Party. They hustled and put one person, an infiltrator, into them as their chairman or something like that. Is it in Lagos or national chairman? and he started committing blunder. That is the Fulani, the caliphate system. Divide them, infiltrate them, divide them. Is the best way of war of conquest. So that is what they want to achieve in IPOB. As long as they cannot bring the leadership of IPOB down to what everything, now they are trying to use mouth to bring factions. And the sit at home, this and that, is by hope of the Madevo Mahi, the Igbo politicians. That is the particularly hope of the Madevo Mahi. That is what they are doing. They are sponsoring all these people, so we know them. So we are unshakable. Thank you for listening. Biafra is our religion. Biafra is who we are, is our identity. Because when Biafra comes, we are going to be issued with Biafra passports. Do you know that? We are not going to be issued with religious passport, maybe one religious sect passport. No. Or some Presbyterian. You have Presbyterian passport. No. Catholic passport. Assemblies of God passport. No. Passport of international, our nation as our religion, number one religion. Think about it. Think about it. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, together with Mazi Ekene, it is simply good night.
Yeah.